Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.
When I say more, you say fire! More fire!
Yes. Let's elevate. Let's go up. Alio, double portion right here. Greetings, brothers and sisters and brothers. Hopefully one Shabbat with Shalom, Mubarak, and the Shavua Tov right here. Here after the Shabbat podcast right here on the air and in the Irit.
Yes, I. Come. Make a reason.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here, Queen Makeda right here. Coming from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Shema. Was this his instruction? What's the instruction to I and I, Rastafari, of the new name, the precious name? What is the King of Kings, Kadamawi, Haile Selassie's instruction to I and I? Well, here.
My advice to all is to fulfill the Ten Commandments. Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. Shema
Let's go up. Let's ascend. Let's go up. Here's Justice Israel Rock.
Our good Lord say, so the little daughter to come and go and I do not treat life and forbid them not, for I have full of power and dignities I say. After a storm there must be a calm, and I tell you, so I win until you got to never compare you. Yeah. Wow, that it do. Come on, we go down and say that money will roll. Come on, we go down and say that money will roll. That we go broke back stone. And we say broke them one by one. But I tell you this, if you broke them 2 by 2, and at the time you broke them 3 by 3, broke them 4 by 4 as I would say, yeah. And if your finger mash no time, remember I play you a play. Lightning clap and so a football jam. Hope I feel it I would say, yeah. I'm say poor pal dead and gone. That me say that poor pal dead and gone. We can feel it each and every hour. I come to my musical tabernacle, I would leave the musical beats along the way, as I would say, to moving them so. Wow, that be cool. Poor pal dead and gone. And you could do the wicked them a ball and talk. But I feel they say a poor pal dead and gone. Yeah. God still let the good time roll in your soul each and every hour. But not to jet up the musical control to that kiss you about every or move it on so. But I tell you about a summer cause poor my Israelites, you know what I mean? Poverty and frustration, wounding the old generation. From Cape to Kaiwa until this blessed Iowa. Yeah, got to let the good time roll. But I tell you, if you roll with a Jordan roll. But I tell you, if you roll with a Jordan roll. But when the wicked get to the bank of Ashishimi, they got to turn back. But the mighty Jaja, I go chase them with a rod of iron. And so a lightning clap, and so a weak card drop. And man, how you come back? I said the lightning clap, I saw the weak card drop. And then how them come over. But not the jump right over. But some may say that not the jump right over. Have a control, you know. Teaching it off the control. But I feel the same that we're moving them so. Not each other stepping, not stepping on so. Right on to Mount Zion, you know. Zion's a highly place. Each night for ice the lion. So give thanks and praise unto the Most High Jah Rastafari, ever living God, earth's rightful ruler. From that Iowa unto this Iowa. Come on, we go down a man road, and me say we broke glass stone. Chaka, and me say come on, we go down a man road.
Yes. Just Stitch there with Israel Rock. Yeah, mention about the Israelites. I and the Israelites, what Babylon feel like, called, chosen, and faithful Rastafari Israelite. Speaking about the Israelite, also reaching the river Jordan, right? Reach the river Jordan and they turn back. We have in this Torah reading and feeding here as we seal up. We seal up right here, this double portion, 42nd, right? And the 43rd degree of the sabbatical study. And for all those who have completed it, and even those who have just begun and maybe not have fully, but still, chazak, be strong, we need chazek, and make we strengthen one another, we need chazek, may we encourage, be strong, may we encourage one another. Now we're going to go up, make elevation with these aliyot here. We have 2 7s, broken down as a 7 here, the 2 7s, the 7 for matot, and the 7 for Massei. But right here. One more tune right here. Ba'u, na'aleh. Make I and I elevate, go up, hurry up.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. In Jah bless, I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a draw first. But I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. When they come with their evil thought, I just listen whenever they talk. That is the light into my dark. He cut and clear all my path. They fight me without a cause, trying to make my life so hard. The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, give perpetual reward. I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. So don't you mix me up in your dirty game. You're only trying to tarnish my name. You're only looking for the innocent to blame, when you're the ones who wish the guns down the lane. You only cause destruction and the pain, but the righteous believes in the rain. Love is all I got to give and I'm not to shine. Looking for the future, the sky I can't tame. Cause I'm so solid as a rock and they just can't stop me now. Even when they send their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. So they can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Who's a bless, I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a dropper. Solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now.
Yes, yes, yes. Build your house on the rock, and they can't tear it down. Here we have this Torah portion reading and feeding here, sealing up the fourth book of Moses here, the book called Numbers, Bamidbar, the wilderness, 40 years. The generation that came out of Mizraim, did not enter into the promised land, but here we have the children of that generation here, edge. At the edge of the Midbar, at the edge of the wilderness, aka at the edge of the desert. So here we have this double portion here, Mattot, tribes, and Massei, and journeys of. In the world Amharic, Negedoch, tribes, and gw'zo. Here we pick up with Numbers chapter 30 at verse 1 to chapter 36, verse 13. So right here, I'm going to try to get right into this after Shabbat podcast. Shavua Tov, a good Shavua to come. Here on the air presently, Lila Tov is good night, but Erev Tov, Lila Tov, Boker Tov, good evening, good night, good morning, good dawning, here.
Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant. How that all of our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the sea, and did all eat the same spiritual meats, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of the spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ.
Amen. So Shema Yisrael, here the Shema, for the Shema, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9, Deuteronomy chapter 11, verses 13 to 21, and we have Numbers here, Numbers chapter 15, verses 37 to 41, here just to begin the service here, first day service is the eve, right here we're at the eve of the first day, a new Shavua, right here. Because tefillah, congregational, aggregational tefillah prayer, but we call this also the Shema, full of the Shema Yisrael, hear, O Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be our Elohim, creator, almighty power, Yahweh, he who be is one, be one, yes I, Rastafari.
Yes, sir. 우리 마음이 Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael.
The Lord our God,
Adonai Eloheinu,
is one Lord.
Adonai Echad, 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 Adonai Echad.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my 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 gates. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house, and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth, 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 upon the earth. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commands, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
God is watching you.
Lion of Judah Society. Yes, 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 yes. Shalom, Chabarim, Chabarim. Shalom, brothers and sisters. How the eye keep and how was the Shabbat? Hopefully, one had an opportunity to rest, refresh, take a breath, beginning this new site here on the eve of the first day. Yom HaRishon, the first day, Ehud, Melkam Ehud, Yom HaRishon Tov. Check out these numbers here. 42. Here we have the 42nd and we have the 43rd degree of our political studies. Number 42 is very interesting. Well, today's daily psalm here, according to the royal order, today's daily psalm is Psalm 43. And the psalm for the first day coming forward, this first day psalm is actually 42, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews. How very interesting. You know how interesting that is. So the 42 and the 43. Now, 42 is significant, right, within the Torah narrative for a few reasons. Hopefully, we'll have some time to unpack, because here we're coming to the fulfillment of the fourth book, known as Numbers. So it's called, what is it called? It's called Numbers. The significance of numbers. So we do have 42, right? 42 with the Ana Bekoach, that particular Kabbalistic mystical chant right there, the 42 attributes of Yahweh Eloheinu, HaKadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, blessed be He, blessed be the name. Also, we have the 40, right? We have the 40 two places that the Bnei Yisrael, the children of Israel, were encamped over the 38 to 40 years in the wilderness wandering, right? A couple of key kind of principles of people, right? We notice that the generation Yahweh brought out, he did not bring in, according to what's written, is because they proved him, right, or put him to the test, right, 10 times. So 10. What did Yahweh speak to the people? He spoke 10 words, right? 10 words as falsely called amongst the Gentile, the Goyim translations, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. They say the 10 commandments. We've gone through that. Even in their later Bibles, the translator has to make the note that it's not commandments. The word is not mitzvot or mitzvot. It's actually debarim. Debarim. Now, even the word debarim as its root, debar. And debar is also the root of this fourth book from the Hebrew perspective, the Yehudit, the manuscript perspective. It's known as Midbar, the Sefer HaMidbar, Sefer Midbar, right? The book in the Midbar, in the wilderness. So debar, word as a noun, debar, speaking, speech and speaking. What were the words of this wilderness generation? Well, they're contained in the Torah overall, but specifically right here in this fourth book known as Numbers. So there's some interesting things with the numbers, but one particular interesting thing to note here is our daily psalm, right? The daily psalms that we have. So we have Psalm 43, right, corresponding with this seventh day, right, for this double portion, right, Psalm 43. Now, Psalm 43 is themed, right, a prayer of an exile, right, a prayer of an exile. And then coming up for the new day psalm coming forward is Psalm 42. I mean, I had to be reminded, Isha Shali, me stay, I sister, and she reminded me about that. She said, yeah, it's a Torah portion too, 43, right? 43, the second double portion, and the first of the double portion, 42. And also within the text, the significance of 42 places, right, that the Bnei Yisrael in the wilderness trod, right, in the wilderness, 42 spots that they were at, right, and we have it kind of listed even in this Torah reading and feeding and in the double portion here, right? Thus to the name Matot, tribes, Matot, and Massei, Bnei Yisrael, the journeys, right? Then we have the cities that are to be given to the Levites, to Ha-Lewim, right? To the one of the three parts of Israel, right? In other words, there's three classes in Israel. When I said classes, we can see it within the Torah narrative. There is the rank and file is the 12, right? The 12 tribes. And then there's the one that's not to be included within the number of the 12. This is one reason why we often don't say 13 tribes of Israel, right? Even though literally it's 13 tribes of Israel, according to the Torah, Yahweh says, count to 12, right? And Levi is joined to me. In fact, Lewi from Lawa or Levi from Lawa means to join, right? So Levi, right, is in a separate count. That's what this fourth book is speaking about, also in the numbers aspect. We get a numbering of the hosts of the men of war in the beginning of the book of Numbers. And here we get a renumbering, a recounting. But the recounting here is of the children of the fathers, right, who Yah brought out, but because they just could not, yay and amen or something, they kept proving, right? Kept putting Yahweh to the test and kept proving himself. But when it came to the spies, right, spying out the land, when it came to the slander against the land, and once again, even though we've gone over this before, it's always very interesting, right? When we look in this Torah reading and feeding, that because the spies, especially the 10, who brought back a Deba. Deba in the Hebrew is translated as an evil report. So there were 12 spies, one from each of the 12 tribes of Yisrael, right? And 10 of them brought back lies. They brought back lies. They brought back a discouraging report, right? In fact, in this Torah reading and feeding where it says to Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, half the tribe of Manasseh, they reached the river Jordan, but they said, no, we don't want to cross the river Jordan. You see, this land is good for cattle. You see, we got cattle. So give us our inheritance on this side of the Yarden, on this side of the Jordan, the Yarden, the descender. Yeah. So Moshe says to them, he says, why would you why are you going to discourage, right? Why do you discourage, right, the hearts, right, of your brothers, the Bnei Yisrael? So we get 12 tribes. Check out these numbers, right? 12 tribes, but 2.5, right? Reuben, we have Gad, that they call Gad, but Reuben, Gad, and the half tribe of Manasseh that choose their inheritance, right, outside of the land grant, so to speak, right? They choose it on the other side of the Yarden. And there's an interesting part here. Let's see if we can bring this up before we get into it. We want to get right into the Aliyah, right? You know, just go up, make elevation, ascend in the Aliyah. But then, you know, in thinking about the Psalms, the daily Psalms here, we have Psalm 43, right? And then we have Psalm 42. And here's what's even more interesting, that Psalm 42 and 43, they are connected. Psalm 42. In fact, Psalm 42, check this out. Psalm 42 in the book of Psalms, it begins book 2 of the Psalm. Book 2, right? In fact, in the book of Psalms are divided into 5 books likened to Torah, likened to the Torah. This is why Rabbeinu, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach, why he says, right, to them, is it not written in your law? And the law there, the quote was from the Psalms. Psalm 82. I have said, right, ye are gods, right? Ani amarti, right? Elohim atem. I've said that y'all are Elohim, right? To say like judges, right? Y'all are judges, right? I've said that y'all are judges. You know what I mean? Who will judge in my name. But of course, Psalm 82 is a whole other psalm right there. Don't want to get too deep in that. But the point is that here, Psalm 42, it begins book 2, right? So we have Psalm 1 to Psalm 41 in book 1, right, of the 5 books of the Psalms of the Sefer Tehillim. And then when we get to Psalm 42, beginning book 2 from Psalm 42 to Psalm 72, right, is book 2 of the Psalter. And so here we have the 42nd and the 43rd sabbatical study for the Shabbat Strong. Here we have a double portion. And here we conclude, right, fulfill this book, the 4th book right here. Okay, here we go right here. Let's see if we can bring this up, right? Okay, let's just show this briefly right here. Make this a teachable moment, right? And they journeyed from Mount Hor, right? Hor in Hebrew, in the Afro-Semitic language. Har is mountain. Harar. Remember, the man-child was born in Harar. Take note. The man-child, Lij Teferi, born in Harar, right? Born in Harar. So Harar, here we have Har Hor, by the way of the Yam Suf. Yam Suf in the Hebrew is the sea. Yam is sea, and Suf is reeds. In the royal Har, it's referred to as the Etara. Etara for Eritrea, Etara Bahir, the Eritrean Sea. By the way of the Yam Suf, the Etara Bahir, to compass the land of Edom, right? And the soul of the people. Remember one time, we black peoples called ourselves and was referred to as soul people. What happened? How come we don't refer to ourselves as soul people? Something with the soul. But here it says, and the soul, right, of the people was much discouraged. What dissed the courage? Why? How did the courage get dissed? Was much discouraged because of the way, the truth. I am the way, the truth, and the life. Because of the way, right? Because way. So here, discouraged or grieved, right? In the Hebrew, the idea here in this verse in 21 and 4, it brings up the idea of shortness of breath, right? Just an overview right here where it says that the soul of the people was much discouraged. The discouraged word here, let's see if we can bring this out right here. The discouraged word here, let's go right here. The discouraged word here is different than, I think it's different than our discouraged word there. Here, the nefesh, the soul, the breathing creature in man. That's why when it says for the Shabbat, Nafash, and Yahweh, what did he do? And he rested, right, on that Shabbat day, the 7th day after the 7 days, right, or periods of creative activity. And it says, Nafash, and he took a breath. So Nafash is to breathe, right? Take that breath and breathe. And Nefesh is the soul or the psyche. So the soul of the people was enough discouraged. It was katzar. What is katzar? Katzar is to be short. So their soul, their breath, their breathing, like shortness of breath. If you're stressed, when people are stressed, they tend to have shortness of breath, right? Katzar, or angry or upset, right? To be short, to be impatient, to be vexed, to be grieved, the sense of to short, you see, to shorten, right? Now, interesting thing about the word katzar, the Hebrew two truth, it also refers to, in agricultural terms, it refers to reaping and to harvesting, to reap and to harvest, right? So here in the year, we're between the first rains and the latter rains. We're between the time of Pentecost, the 50th day, or the Chag HaShabuot, the Feast of Weeks, right? The feast of the growth of the wheat crop, right? So we count, right, after first fruits from the Passover, the first of the 3 times in the year, to the second of the 3 times, which is Shabuot, harvest, Feast of Weeks, also called Pentecost, or Chaim Yom, the 50th day. Now we're between that time and the third of the 3 times. So here we're like in the 4th Hebrew, right? The lunar solar month, right? So we have about what, the 5th and the 6th, right? So we basically have 2 more months before we come to what's known as Sukkot, Tabernacles, the third of the 3 times in the year. But here, which is the latter harvest. So we have the early rains, right? The early rains bringing about the harvest season, Passover 50 days later, right? Bringing about Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks, as we count 7 Shabbats complete, and on the morrow after the 7th Sabbath. So the morrow after the 7th Sabbath, check that out. That would actually be the first day of the Shavuot, right? That would actually be Sunday, what they call Sunday. I know some say, well, we don't have no Sunday worship. You're only correct in the sense that we never call it Sunday. But if you're saying that on the day after the Shabbat, that there is not ordained for us, right, celebration, celebration, or an appointment, then you're going to miss a very important appointment, right? So right here to dock off, right? This word here, to curtail, to dock off, to curtail, especially to harvest grass or grain. So in man, when one's breath is docked off or curtailed, it's almost like it's cut, it's made short. When this word is applied to the land, the katzar, it's to basically knock off and curtail, or to harvest the crop, right? To harvest the crop, right? So scrolling down here, and it says right here, now this is the part that comes to our Torah reading, feeding right here, this double portion, right? This double portion. It says, for when they went up, when they aliyed up, when they made elevation, when they Allah, right? Not Allah, but Allah, right? When they Allah, when they ascended, right? When they climbed, when they made elevation to the valley of Eshcol and saw the land. Let me break this down. Eshcol, right? Eshcol in the Hebrew means cluster, like a cluster of grapes, right? So sometimes we'll see a name, just read the name. Okay, that's some name, that's a Hebrew name. But when we get the meaning of the name Eshcol, and remember also Eshcol was an Amorite, right? Brother of Mamre that dwelt in Hebron, right? And Abraham was confederate. Abraham HaIbri was confederate, right? At that time, at an earlier stage, back in the days, we can say, right? Eshcol, the name of an Amorite, also a valley, they say Palestine, but bun that, a valley in the Canaan. Prefer to say Canaan than to say that, right? Eshcol, right? It's just facts. The Romans brought that in, and the Philistines, they were the sea peoples that the Egyptians cut a deal with, right? And then put them up in the land so they can withdraw their forces and use their military elsewise. Then our people had to deal with these sea peoples, these Peleshet, right? Ancient Palestinians, these sea peoples. Interesting. You talk about the river to the sea, but they are the sea peoples. Ain't that something? Anyway, truth is stranger, what they say, than fiction. So it's a cluster of grapes, right? Or cluster of flowers, right? Metaphor of like, in a sense, but a bunch of grapes is Eshcol. So here to get the context, and when they went up to the valley of Eshcol, right, and saw the land, this is speaking about the fathers. So Moshe is speaking to the children and tell them about what their fathers had did wrong, and why they are dead, right, in the Midbar, in the wilderness. Yahweh allowed them to wander to death, and Yahweh was so gracious. Wasn't he so gracious? He said, your clothes did not wear out, and neither did your shoes. Isn't that something? Our clothing and shoes, we think it's just today, right? Must be a psychological aspect of Yisrael, right? So even though they wandered, the forefathers wandered to death, that's where Psalm 90, when a lot of people, right, and pastors and preachers that need to be ashamed because they don't rightly divide the word of truth. They be telling people, oh yeah, where in Psalm 90 it says 70, and then it says if reason by reason of strength to be 80. This is basically saying the Lord is saying that we got 70, 80 years to live. Hot to fire burn.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Because that's not what that psalm We're on Psalm 90. It's in Psalm 90. Forget the exact verse right now, but Psalm 90. Psalm 90 is a prayer of Moshe. I'm pointing out Psalm 90 so you, when you're reading Psalm 90, then you say, oh yeah, this is Moshe's prayer. Oh yeah, I read Torah, in the Torah way he's speaking to them about what was happening. You know, where the children of Israel supposed to go in the land, they wanted to spy out the land. 10 of them brought back an evil report, a deba, a dibby, a deba, evil report. 2 brought back a true report, but Yahweh said what? He said that because they slandered the land, Yahweh wanted to destroy them. He's going to destroy them. He said, stand back, Moshe, right? Let me destroy them and I'll make a great nation out of you. And Moshe, did he stand back? No, he stepped forward and he plea bargained for the Bnei Yisrael. So instead of an immediate execution, the Bnei Yisrael, the ones who are brought out but not brought in. Right? Can you imagine that? Somebody brings you out of that situation, right? But because, right, you keep testing and proving them, right, they don't bring you in to the other situation, right? So now Moshe here in Numbers chapter 32, right, as we also have it within Psalm 90, right? So the 70, 80 years, it had to do strictly with the wilderness generation. Right? That's the truth of that matter. For the 70, 80, that strictly had the wilderness generation. Right? Because you remember in Numbers, in the beginning of Numbers, there's a count of the men of war, the warriors. Another thing is that Yahweh was not pleased with the warriors. He wasn't pleased with the bad man, them, like the gangsters and the bad man. He wasn't pleased with that. Right? Yes, they were bad men or they were warriors, but when a situation that was ideal for war occurred, they wanted to run back, right, to captivity, right? They wanted to run back to Mitzrayim, right? And that's when Yahweh was going to destroy them. But Moshe, as we mentioned, he plea bargained, right? And his plea bargain basically got them a year for a day, right? So now Moshe here is speaking to this new generation. In Rastafari, it has been said by the elders that Jah calls on the youths, right? I don't know if you've heard before, but he calls on the youths because they are strong, right? Jah calls on the youths because they are strong. So here, Moshe is speaking to the youths. Now, Moshe is already like 120, right? 120, right? In fact, we're going to find this out when we get into the 5th book of Moshe, the 5th book of the Torah. Devarim, the words, aka the Mishnah, HaTorah, also called Deuteronomy. So Deuteronomy in Hebrew is Mishnah HaTorah. It's the Mishnah, right? So to those who be saying, oh, Mishnah is Yiddish, you're foolish, right? And you keep quiet, right? Mishnah is actually, right, one of the names for the 5th book coming forward. And Mishnah means like a copy or a repetition, right? Mishnah, Torah, a repetition of the Torah. Why did it have to be repeated? I hear all these kind of crazy theories. Oh, Deuteronomy was made, by this one and that one and the next thing. But what it is that people might read, but they don't really study, they don't put together. Like how we're going through certain highlights here just to connect the dots, right? Because if you go by those theories, you'll be totally lost. But the Deuteronomy means repetition of the law from the Koine Greek, from the synagogue Greek, right? And that Deuteronomy name from the Greek, Deuteronomos, actually comes from a word, right? 2 words, a phrase that's found in the Yehudit called the Hebrew of Deuteronomy, where it speaks about the Mishnah HaTorah, where it speaks about how when Israel would have kings, that the king is supposed to write him a copy of this law, or a Mishnah of Mishnah HaTorah Hazot. He's to write a copy. And that there expresses also what the 5th book is. It's a repetition. So the Torah, the directions are being repeated for the benefit of a new generation, for the benefit of the children of the Exodus generation. This is why Psalm 95 verses 7 to the end reads the way it do. And every Shabbat Eve, the Kabbalat Shabbat, Many of us rise up to chant. We rise up to chant with Psalm 95 to 99, plus Psalm 29, right? And in Psalm 95, it says, "For he is Eloheinu." He is I and I, almighty power, I and I, our creator, right? And we are the people of his pasture and the flock of his hand, nobody else's hand. We're the flock of his hand, right? So that whole sheeple thing, people can kick the bucket with that right there. You know how people try to apply this to everybody, but then try to derive it from our scripture, right? We have to put things in proper context. Otherwise, it sounds like and becomes nonsense. Here in verse 7, it says, "Today, Hayom, Im, Be, Olo, Tishma'u." Today, if ye, if y'all, if you all, if yous would but hearken, right? Tishma'u. If you would but hear, hearken. The word hear, like Shema Yisrael, often one say, oh, that means hear, O Israel. Yes, it does mean that, but in the spirit of the Hebrew, it takes on a sense of hear and obey, O Yisrael. Hear and obey. Shema Yisrael. So here where it says, if yo will but hearken to his voice, Hayom, im bikolo, tishma'u, harden not your heart as at Meribah, the place known as Meribah. I think it says the provocation, right? As in the day, right, of temptation, as in the day of Massa. These are two of the 42 spots, Meribah and Massa, right, in the Midbar, in the wilderness. How do we know this? Well, it's when Israel murmured for lack of water in Exodus, right? Exodus chapter 17, verse 1, and Numbers chapter 20, verse 1, right? Just reading here, Psalm 95 from verse 7 to verse 11 here to connect the dots. When your fathers, right? When your patriarchs, when your fathers, your daddies, when your fathers tried me, right? Or KJV may say proved, put me to the test, right? Tried me, proved me, even though they saw my work. So Yahweh was proving his work to the Bnei Yisrael, and they just kept having mixed up moods and attitudes. But you have to remember, this is still a generation. The patriarchs that Yahweh brought out of Mitzrayim, we have to remember that they were a generation that came out of captivity, out of a captive situation. We can kind of apply the principles even to us, once lost, now found, Beta Israel, Beit Israel here in the Americas and the Caribbean, right? Ones and ones amongst us, we have to really face this, right? Do we have the victim or the victor mentality? Which one? Which one? The victim or the victor mentality? It's very definite that the generation that Yahweh brought out of Mitzrayim, in spite of all the miracles, all the works did by Yahweh Eloheinu, they still had issues because their mentality, right, their mind, when that Caleb, right, there was a different spirit. He had a different mind, right, a different perspective of mind. He could see, right, while the others were blinded by captivity, right? It goes on and says in verse 10, for 40 years was I wearied with that generation. They were bothersome. You know, imagine somebody asks you to do things and you do it. They need you do it for them. But then every time they go ask, or every time they need, it's like they forget that you did it before. They almost question whether you can do it while you already been doing it, right? For 40 years was I wearied with that generation. So what it shows too is that every generation particularly is not always the same generation. You know, we talk about, oh yeah, remember the 60s, the 60s generation, or the 70s, right? The 70s or the 80s or the 90s, you know what I'm saying? Or 21st century, you know, the what do you call it? The alpha and the beta generation, right? But he says 40 years was I worried with that generation. You notice something interesting in the Torah as you read Numbers, the wilderness experience. You'll see at a certain point it's almost like Yahweh wasn't speaking with them. He wasn't dealing with them, really. It's almost like his voice was silent, right, within the narrative. Yes, he may speak and give Moshe or Aharon instruction, you know what I'm saying? But for the most part, he wasn't dealing with the Israelites, right? For 40 years, for a whole generation. Think about that. Imagine if Yahweh is not dealing with a whole generation. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. For a whole generation. He's going to deal with our children, but he's not dealing with us. Chan. We must have done something, right, wrong, right? And said, this is what Yahweh says. He says here in Psalm 95, verse 10, just to show how every Shabbat, right, according to the Kabbalah Shabbat, and the Kabbalah, us Kabbalah receiving, welcoming the Shabbat, right, and riding up, right, with those 6 Psalms, right, for the 6 days to get us to the Shabbat vibes. We have Psalm 95. And Psalm 95 is an interesting psalm. The first part of the psalm is like, oh, come, let us sing to Yahweh. Let us shout for joy to the rock of our salvation. It's an upful. It's like, yes, let's give thanks and praise, right? And then it's like when we get to verse 7, it's like the screeching tires. You know what I mean? The screeching tires there. Pump the brakes, right? Today, if y'all will but hearken, but hear, but obey. He's saying that if a generation of Israel, if we would just hear and obey, right? Hear and be obedient. But he said concerning the 40-year generation that he was wearied with that generation and said, it is a people that do err in their heart. Now we've gone through this psalm that the Hebrew sense is they are wanderers and wanderers of heart. Basically to bring out the sense that they are fickle-minded, right? Remind me of the Garnet Silk song, splashing, dashing, restless sea. Sometimes happy, sometimes sad, up and down, follies, mixed up moods and added. They do err, right, in their heart. They are wanderers of heart. They are fickle-minded, the heart referring to the mind. And they have not known my ways. So he was showing them over and over, right? His ways, it's like fail to learn it, to get it, right? And then it concludes in verse 11, says, wherefore I swore in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Now, some will say, well, why would he have to swear in his wrath? Remember, man is created in his image after his likeness. There is justifiable, like you just, nah. You know what I mean? There's justifiable wrath. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they have these funny ways, when you look at the Almighty, the Creator, right? And man being created, right? With potentialities as our Creator, right? Male and female, and then they're surprised at it. But give thanks that Yahweh, you know what I mean, that he, be who he be, and not like we. Wherefore I swore in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. See how that goes right there? My rest, minuchati, minucha, into my rest, minuchati, right? So why do we chant Psalm 95 to 99 plus 29, particularly why 95? That theme of rest. The theme of rest was the land of promise, the promised land, the resting place after their journey, right? After their journey through the Midbar, through the wilderness. In Deuteronomy 12 and 9, it says, for y'all are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance. They were moving forward, but they had not yet come to the rest and to the inheritance. So now it makes sense why Yahweh, right, when they had slandered the land. I think we miss over that sometimes, right? It says slander the land. It's like often we think of slander like slander a man, slander Yahweh, slander his, insult, injure, but they insulted and injured the land. It reminds me of a lot of our people talking about Africa, right? You know what I mean? What they really are doing is slandering the land, right? Slander the land. They slander the land. They had not yet come to the rest and to the inheritance that Yahweh your Elohim, right, giveth thee, right? Now, what's interesting is that the psalm ends right here. Psalm 95. It has a very abrupt ending of the psalm with the words, I swore in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest, right? Asher nishbati be'api, right? Nishbati be'api. I severed it myself, right? To swear, like to sever yourself. It's like if you repeat a declaration 7 times, but something about the sevens is interesting in the word to like swear or take an oath, right? Asher nishbayati be'api, right? In ya boun illa menuchati, right? That they should not enter into il menuchati, my menucha, into my rest. This is the ending here. This sets in relief the stern warning, warning, warning. So think about it. We chanted for the Shabbat time. The Shabbat is a menucha. A menucha is a rest, right? A menucha is a rest. It's a grace. It's a rest, right? And also the land, right? Entering into the land. So there's the stern warning, right, is set in stark relief, right? The stern warning is directed by implication against those who are now standing at the entrance of the Haykal. So in the context of the psalm, it's like they could not enter into the land. They were close, 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 right? Y'all are about to enter into worship, enter into the worship space, right? Check how you enter in, right? And so over here, as we just touched on, Numbers 32, just had the segue right there, just to connect the dots right here. Sometimes we wonder why this psalm, why these psalms for the Shabbat time. And the answer comes from study. As we study to show ourselves approved, right? As we study, rightly dividing and rightly explaining, right? And connecting the words here a little, there a little, we say, oh, okay, there's the full picture right there. So it says right here, Moshe is telling them, right, based on what their fathers had did, and when they went up, right, to the valley of Eshcol. So when their fathers had elevated, when they went up into the land, they went up into the valley of Eshcol, and they saw the land. That's what it says. And they saw the what? They saw the land. They discouraged. You see right there, they did what? They discouraged. So notice this is a different word that is used from katzar. Katzar, the earlier discouragement, right? Discouraged, the way, right? Here we have the word new. Right? New. What does the word new mean? To hinder. New. To hold back. To forbid. They did what? They disallowed. They frustrated. Right? They frustrated. They brought back a bad report. Like if somebody goes and say, go check that thing out and tell me how it is. And they bring back a bad report. Do you want to go? You're like, oh, man. Right? Oh, man. Refuse, forbid, dissuade, neutralize the heart, right, of the Israel, of the sons of Israel, that they should not go into the land that Yahweh had given them, right? They discourage, right? And let me go over here, discourage, right? Let's look for discourage. Here we go, right? Discourage. That's why in Numbers 32 and 7, it says, wherefore. So he's here, Moshe, right, is speaking to those 2.5 tribes that basically said, listen, although we're 12 tribes, we 2.5 tribes, we got a lot of cattle. The land we just conquered from these other ites is a cattle land. It's good for cattle. So let us take our inheritance over here, right, and not over there. So they reached the River Jordan. They didn't cross the River Jordan, right? They said, we want our inheritance on this side. So Moshe responds to them, the 2.5 tribes, Reuben, Gad, right, and half the tribe of Manasseh. So that means that only 9.5 tribes went into the land. Think about that. Numbers, right? It's the book of Numbers, right? And wherefore discourage you all the heart of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons of Israel, from going over, from doing what? From Abar. Now, Abar is the same as the word for Hebrew. It's the root word for Hebrew, Abar, to cross over. So like to cross over from here to there, almost like to transcend, right? But to cross over, from going over, from abar, from passing over, right, into the land. That's the sense of they reach the river Jordan, right, turning back. That Yahweh hath given them. Let's go over here. Look at the note right here. You see the word right here? Break, right? Discourage, break. Let's read it again, right? Let's read it one more time. And wherefore discourage you all the heart. Why are you breaking their heart, right? Why are you breaking the heart of the sons of Israel? Need to ask some of these false teachers today the same question right there. So that was the verse before. That was the that we was actually looking for right there, because there is the same word new here, right? Brought out as break, right? They saw the land, they broke the heart, right, of the Bnei Yisrael, right? They broke their heart, right? So right there, here, right, to this Torah reading and feeding. Let's actually go up. Right, wanted to go up in this Torah reading and feeding right here. Give me one moment. See what's up with that page right there. Okay, the page is refreshing. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, here we got a refresh here. 42nd and 43rd. So the Psalm 43, right? The Psalm for the Shabbat day, the fulfillment day here after the Shabbat podcast. This is more part of the first day service, right? You know, first day service reflecting on the Torah reading and feeding and moving forward. So we have the Mattot and the Massei. Now, let's look at the time here. We wanted to actually share a kind of an overview, like a synopsis, right? One for Mattot beforehand, and then after, you know, the Massei, right? But, chan. All right, let's do this right here because a lot to share, right? But let's try to do these things decently and in order. Let's touch on just briefly the Psalm 43, right? Because we have Psalm 42 coming forward. So here we have a double portion, right? That means also the prophet's reading is doubled and the Brit Hadasha reading is doubled. Some of the main themes, once again, here is vows made by women, wives, and daughters, right? War against Midian, taking avengement, where he gives all vengeance belong to Yahweh, and here he gives vengeance, right, to the Bnei Yisrael against Midian, right? And if one don't know, that's because of what Midian done did, you know, making or sending their daughters as whores to undermine the Bnei Yisrael. Numbers 31:13, the return from the war, what happened there, right? The disposition of captives and the booty, right? The spoils of war. 32:1, the conquests, the instruction for the conquests, and the division of the trans crossing over the Yarden, the Jordan. 33:1, the stages of Yisrael's journey from Mizraim. 33:50, directions. Even Yahweh gives direction, the conquest of the Canaan, the Afro-Canaanite land. 34:1, the boundaries. What were the boundaries of the land? What are the boundaries of the land grant? Call it the land grant. Bring it out a little bit more, right? The land grant. 34:16, who would be the tribal leaders, right? Especially concerning the 12 tribes. Because remember, the Levites are hosts in and of themselves. And the rank and file Israelites, they are the hosts for war. And the Levites are the hosts for the holy place. And amongst the Levites, the Kohanim, they are the officiants of the holy set apart service because of their anointing and their filling and their consecration. So from Numbers chapter 34 is basically speaking to the rank and file Israelites, and then in 35 it segues now to speak to the second of the two hosts. So the two hosts, 12 tribes of Israel, the men of war, the Levites joined to Yahweh for the holy place, the holy service, and the priests who are Levites. So the priests are Levites, but not all the Levites are priests. So to the priests, Aaron's sons, Aaron and his sons, was given, right, the tribe of Levi to assist them, right, within their holy place role and function. So in 35, Numbers 35, there are the cities for the Levites. Remember, the Levites don't have no land, but the other tribes would give portions from their land, right, for the Levites. And that's what is in Numbers chapter 35 and 1. Cities for the Levites, right? Now it mentions 48. The numbers, all about the numbers, right? 48 cities, right? In Numbers 35 and 9, then we have the cities of refuge. Of these 48 cities, 6 cities would be cities for refuge, right? Or sanctuary cities, right? Like for the manslayer, to flee to, right? These would be sanctuary or sanctuary cities. So we have 48 cities for the Levites, right? And then there were 6 specific cities for refuge. So 48, take out the 6, have 42 left. Then we have 35 and 16 concerning murder and blood revenge. It's different than today. Today, if somebody murders somebody, they have, among the Gentiles, they have a court case. And then if a person is convicted of that, now they don't have the death penalty by and large. Some places still do, then the taxpayers, the people have to put out and everything and keep the people, take care of them. It's all actually backward, but perhaps under the Gentiles, right, maybe it's good, right, that they take the death penalty off there, because we know how they have practiced mischief, right, mischief by their law.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
I mean, but in Yahweh's way, right, concerning murder and blood revenge, right, this also kind of brings out more concerning the cities of refuge mentioned a couple of verses earlier. Then lastly, but not leastly, we get to Numbers chapter 36 and 1. The marriage of female ears, right? So to those who would say, oh, woo, 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 the scripture sexist, well, we have females that are ears, right? But the terms and the condition, right, for inheritance, right, by the woman, right? So right here, just touch briefly. We might circle back to this double, 42 and 43. But here for today's daily psalm, let's at least give one's a basic hearing. Today's daily psalm, right? Psalm, right? 43, right? Remember, we have Psalm 42 coming forward, right? And 42 and 43, they are connected. In fact, Psalm 42, it begins book 2 of the Psalter, right? So we have Psalm 42, right? That begins the second book, right, of the Psalter, right? And it's the lament. It's themed a lament, right? Like a lamentation. Hebraically speaking, it's like the Hebrew blues, right? Nobody knows, the Hebrew blues, the lament, right? The lamentation of a Phalasha, as we are Phalashas, right? Dispersed, scattered, landless, so to speak. Lament of an exile, right? The lament of an exile. And this here is connected with Psalm 43. So 42, 43, 43 is the prayer of an exile, right? The prayer of an exile. So we'll get more into the details, but just for your ear, so you can hear today's daily psalm according to royal order. Here we have Psalm 43. Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 43.
מזמור מ"ג.
Judge me, O God, God, God.
שופטני אלוהים, אלוהים,
and plead my cause against an ungodly nation.
וריבי מגוי לא חסיד.
Judge me, O God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation.
מגוי לא חסיד. שופטני אלוהים.
Judge me, O God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation. O deliver me from the deceitful and unjust man.
מאיש מרמה ועוולה תפלטני.
For thou art the God of my strength.
כי אתה אלוהי מעוזי.
Why dost thou cast me off? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? Oh, send out thy light and thy truth.
שלח אורך ואמיתך.
Let them lead me. Let them bring me unto thy holy hill and to thy tabernacles. Then will I go unto the altar of God, unto God my exceeding joy. Yea, upon the harp will I praise thee, O God, my God.
אלוהים אלוהי.
Why art thou cast down, O my soul?
מה תשתוכחי נפשי.
And why art thou disquieted within me?
ומה תהמי עלי.
Hope in God.
הוחילי לאלוהים.
For I shall yet praise him.
כי עודנו.
Who is the health of my countenance.
ישועות פנייב.
And my God.
ישועות פנייב אלוהי.
And my God.
Yes. Before we make that ascent, right? Before we level up, make that ascent, Aliyah right here. Just want to share this right here, kind of an overview for the first part of the double portion, and hopefully we have time. Afterward, we'll have the Massei, but overview.
Is we could say the debtors and the blood sacrifices as they were, but we have the Melchizedek sacrifice here, which is that unleavened bread and that wine, the korban and the tamid. Now, in addition to this, double portion, the overview right here, Mattot. Mattot means tribes. The Mattah is like the staff that the tribal leader carries, and the Mattot is like tribes, right? But there's a connection with the Mattah, Mateh, right? The staff. So the synopsis right here for the 42nd RSS 42 for Shabbat Mattot, the first part of this double portion here. Previously, right, for continuity purpose, in the previous sabbatical study, the previous Shabbat Strong, we had Pinchas, right, or Phineas. This ended with the description of the central sacrifice required at the tabernacle, at the Mishkan, namely the daily sacrifice of a defect-free male lamb with unleavened bread and wine. The unleavened bread and wine known as the korban tamid. The korban tamid, korban, the offering, tamid, the continual offering. Remember, we touched also on the connection, right, even within the Amidah, right, in the studies, Hebraically, Judaically, where we have prayer, right, prayer and offering of our lips, the word, sound, and power, and intent of our heart, instead of the debtors. So we get to the Zawetir in the Amharic, in the royal order, of His Majesty. We get the Zawetir Tzelot, the Zawetir continual prayer, right? So the continual prayer, right, in the new covenant sense, right, in a sense, replaces, we could say, the debtors and the blood sacrifices as they were. But we have the Melchizedek sacrifice here, which is that unleavened bread and that wine, the korban and the tamid. Now, in addition to this, special daily offering, various sacrifices for the Shabbat, even for the Shabbat day, and the other festivals, right, of the Hebrew, we could say, the liturgical year. What do we mean by the Hebrew liturgical year? Well, what does Stephen say in Acts of the Apostle? The church that was in the wilderness. Speaking about the tabernacle here, where are we? Bamidbar, fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book known as Numbers. Right? So we have these being specified. Now, moving forward from the 41st here to the 42nd, this sabbatical study, this Torah reading and feeding here, we have Mattot. Mattot, tribes. It begins with Moses instructing the heads of the tribes of Yisrael regarding the laws, the Torah, the direction, the instructions of making vows. Now the vows in the Hebrew, the nadar, vow, singular sense, nedarim are vows, right? A vow. What is a vow? Nedar, right? Nedar. What's a nedar? Either to do something. A vow is either word, sound, power to do something, or to abstain from doing something. A vow is like a votive. When you say vote, you know, the word vote really means just to give you a word, like yay or nay. Your word sound, right? The word sound. So a vow, right, is either to do something, a word sound to do something, or a word sound to abstain, right? Abstain from doing something. Was regarded as binding. So we talk about binding, use that term binding, right? Binding lifnei Yahweh. Now, let's just zoom in on that word binding. People talk about the sacrifice and Isaac and sacrifice. Well, it wasn't a sacrifice of Isaac, but it was the akedah, the binding. Interesting that it was the binding, like when the sacrifices in the days of, you could say, animal and blood sacrifices and debtors sacrifice, animals were bound, right? Even to the horns of the altar, they were bound, right? And then we also have contractual covenant. When we do business, we use the same language, that something is, a covenant is binding, a contract is binding, one's word is binding. We say one's word is bond. At least we used to say that, right? Word is bond, right? Word is bond. So the vow, right, was regarded as binding lifnei Yahweh, before he who be, the Holy One, blessed be he, blessed be, prospered be, praise be the name. Though it could be, a vow could be in certain limited, and this pointing this out, this is a very limited, these are regulations. Only in certain limited circumstances could it be annulled. Could it be annulled? For example, a father, right? A father has a authority and responsibility to annul the vow of his daughter. Remember what a vow is. A vow is either to do something or to abstain from doing something. And a husband had, the vow of his wife, had the authority and responsibility of ishto, esheto, his said, if he does so, that's if, right? If he does so within the so-called 24 hours, so to speak, of hearing the vow's declaration, right? But now, what's interesting is that if he does not, getting into the details, if he does not, then whatever she said that she would do, that he has canceled by his responsibility and his authority, now is upon him. Another point here, because one will say, well, the husband is like sexist or something like that. But you know what I'm looking at here? I'm looking at when a man vows, his vow can't be annulled. You see, for a daughter, the father could, annul that or disannul that word sound, right? As well as for a wife, right? The husband, her kingman, could disannul that, right? And if he didn't do it in the proper time, then he is responsible for Jehovah, for whatever she vowed. But wait, what about when a man does it? Who can a man? I and I, we make a vow. So in studying this here, we have to put it into a good context right here. You know, some might say, oh, it's unfair for a father to do it for the daughter, right? Like they crazy or something, or even the husband to do it for the wife, right? But think about it. Nobody could do it for a man. A B'nai Yisrael, when we talk about the sons of Israel, right? To whom more is given, more is required. To be first in place, one must be first in merit. Just a little note right there. Right, that these limited circumstances don't include a man. A man have to, right, basically keep his word. If he vowed to do something, then do it. If he vowed to abstain from doing something, then abstain from doing something. Like when we say, I and as Rastafari and many others have read the Tehillim, the Psalm, right? Psalm 19, words of my mouth, right? The meditation of my heart, right? Be accepted in thy sight. Next point here for Mattot is that Jehovah commanded Moshe to take vengeance upon the Midianites for their role in plotting the moral destruction of the B'nai Yisrael, for plotting the moral destruction of Israel, right, through the evil counsel of Balaam, of Beor. Now this is also very interesting. We talk about what's happened to black people and the music industry and right, has demoralized the people. I think it's Plato, didn't check on that, but I think it's Plato. He said if a people listen to the wrong kind of music, they become the wrong kind of people. Alright, so Jehovah commanded Moshe to take vengeance upon the Midianites for the role that they played in the moral destruction of the sons of Israel through the evil counsel of Balaam of Beor, led by, you know who, from the previous Torah portion, right? Pinchas, Phineas, right? Led by Phineas, 12,000 Israelite warriors, 1,000 from each tribe. Now here's what's interesting, Chaverim, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, and after the order of Melchizedek. What's interesting is the Kavod Neges. In the Kavod Neges, this is the same equation that we find of those who had accompanied the son of King Solomon of Yisrael and Queen of Sheba, Makeda, right? We had 1,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Yisrael. So here, led by Phineas, 12,000 Israelite warriors, 1,000 from each tribe, attacked and killed every Midianite, including the arch enemy, Balaam, and the five kings of Midian. Now remember that this new generation, we have a new not the old heads. This is not the old heads. They basically had their 40 years wandering around. But here we're getting a new generation. Jah called on the youth because they are strong. A new generation is on the rise, right? And this new generation is already dealing with many of the 31. We have 31 kings. So the Israelites in going into the land didn't have just one tribe to deal with, one or two tribes to deal with. They had 31, right? They had 31 kings. The sons of Israel had to deal with 31 kings, had to knock out 31 kings. So right here they're knocking out Midian. Right now some weep and lament and say, oh, look at that, that's not right. Look what they did to the Midianites, and then they take the woman, and then did this and did this. But they don't think about, wait, hold on, what really happened? What was the cause of this vengeance here? People look at it and say, oh, this is violence, and the Bible is violent, look at the killing and everything. But let's look at the reality of what went on, right? It says that the curse causeless, the consequence causeless shall not come, right? You know what I mean? So if a curse or a consequence, something happens, it's because something happened. When the victorious Israelites returned to the camp, they took the Midianite woman, children, cattle, and other possessions as spoil of war. But wait, hold up. Moshe was not happy about this. He reprimanded the officers for keeping the woman alive. Now people say, oh, they're killing the woman. But wait, the Midianites, instead of, if they didn't like the Israelites so much, why didn't they just come out on the battlefield and just fight? Why are you going to send your woman? Why are you going to whore out your woman to us in order to get us morally upped up, right? So now we're under, Jehovah's consequences for disobedience. See, remember, continuity. Previously, Balak hired Balaam to curse, right? Yisrael. Balaam knew of Jehovah, and Jehovah put a word in his mouth, and he had to bless Israel 3 times. And then he gave a judgment against Moab that would happen in the time, some say, of the Messiah. Right? And then along the way, as they tried it, right, it is said that Balaam, right, he taught Balak and the Midianites what to do. He said, this people, right, cannot be cursed, but if you can get the people to curse themselves. So what did they do? They sent their women. What about pimping out and whoring out their own woman? You know, I hear a lot of ones talk about, oh, what the Israelites did to the women and what they did to the men and how they killed all the Midianites and everything. But, you know, isn't it better just to have a fair fight? You know, a fair fight, you know? There was a point from the previous that we want to just insert right here. There's a point from the previous, it was one of the questions that had come up concerning this very, very matter. Oh yeah, it was the 21st question from the 41st, the previous. How do we know that tempting someone to sin, to up, is worse than killing him? That question there. How do we know that tempting someone to sin, to up, to miss the mark, to fall short, to lack, is worse than killing him? Well, the nations here in the wilderness in Numbers that had tried to seduce Yisrael to up, the sons of Israel to up like Midian, they were to be annihilated. However, those who simply fought against Yisrael in battle were allowed to convert and join the nation, right? And Moab is given as one particular example right there, though there's probably a few better examples, but for Ruth's sake, you know, that's a good example. So Moses was not happy about this. So the men, right, they killed the men who didn't want to come out and fight, but instead hoard out their wives, their daughters, maybe even their mothers, you know, to the Israelites, you know, to get us off track. You know what I mean? So Moses, he reprimanded them for keeping the woman alive. Why? Because they were the cause of the plague on the Israelites in the first place. Right? Moshe therefore ordered that all Midianite prisoners of war, all POWs, were to be executed, except for 16,000 virgin girls. Right? Now, true, if we look at this today, you know, we'll say that was a war crime, so forth and so on. But we have to put everything within its proper context. You know, everything in its proper context. The warriors, unclean by contact with the dead. Now, these warriors who are victorious, but they're still unclean, right? After the war, they're unclean by contact with the dead. They were then required to stay outside the camp for 7 days to undergo ritual purification. The spoils of war were then divided equally between the warriors on the one hand and the entire congregation on the other hand. The soldiers, grateful for their miraculous victory, it is said that not a single son of Israel was killed, contributed 1/50th of their spoils to the Levites, the Halloween, and made an additional free will offering at the Mishkan at the tabernacle. Now, another main point here that connects with the opening point of this 42nd sabbatical study, Mattot, is concerning our word, the words of our mouth, concerning a vow. The tribes of Reuben and Gad and half of the tribe of Manasseh were they asked permission to settle in the pasture of Gilead on the east side, said to be on the east side of the Jordan, since they had large herds of cattle. At first, Moses, he hotly disapproved of their request. See what the tribes, these tribes did, Reuben and Gad and half of the tribe of Manasseh, they had a lot of, you know, cattle, a lot of animals. So they knew the Israelites were about to cross over and to go into, you know, the promised land. But they wanted that land where they were on the east side because they thought this was good for their cattle. You know, it was very green, they could graze their cattle and was beneficial for them. So now what they're asking is asking for permission now, instead of crossing over and entering to the land, but to, you know, settle in the pasture of Gilead, right? Because they had large herds of cattle. At first, Moses, he hotly disapproved of their request. Why? Because he was very concerned that the other tribes would lose heart. You know, like we're also to go in and, you know, all together, each one, you know, each one for one another, you know, and then these others say, well, we're going to stay back over here because it's comfy over here for us, right? So this is one reason why Moses was so hot at first, right, that the other tribes are going to lose heart if these tribes, right, stayed behind during their conquest of the Canaan, the Afro-Canaanite land. However, when the tribal leaders made a vow, so here we're getting both the Torah and we're getting a case study, like an example. We're getting the Torah, the direction, instruction, right, at the top of this Torah reading and feeding, Mattot. And here with Reuben, Gad, and half of the tribe of Manasseh, we're getting a case study, like case law, case Torah. However, when the tribal leaders made a vow to join the fight while their families remained in Gilead, Moshe finally agreed. Now let me just say this right here. You know, okay, that's just the beginning of the narrative, the beginning of the story. There's a moral to the story, because what happened is that these particular tribes, they never fulfilled their word. They never kept their word. And then when it came down to the captivity, we find these very tribes too were the first to go into captivity. How interesting is that? Gonna take a Rhema, you know, right now word right here. Gonna take a little, this is a Rhema tune, Rhema dub right here on vow. This is called the Nazarene. Not Nazarite, but Nazarene vow. Tony Rebel right here.
Lion of Judah Society.
Burning till it touch the ground. I come to put subconscious down. Don't be afraid, don't you dream. Touch all the ground. Remember your antenna, please. Say we no born, we no young, Rasta no. Long time me take, me Nazarene born, we no born, we no young, Rasta no. Long time me take, me Nazarene born. The first time me know say Rastafari legit is when me take a little peep in a Numbers chapter 6. Me read Revelation, I was astonished. Me know the mark of the beast that is 666. Me check Samson and John the Baptist. Them blow them not the dread, make it long like whiskey. Me stop it rough, me dread some more when me start reading Ezekiel 40. So me no bound, me no young Rasta no. Long time me take, for me Nazarene bound, me no bound, me no young Rasta no. Long time me take, for me Nazarene bound. Some people are spread propaganda about that fear is a sin, but me challenge anyone. I mean what them can't win, cause any day them show me that the Bible say man figure to make it them scissors and comb and make them cut off everything. Cause me no bound, me no young Rasta no. Long time me take, for me Nazarene bound, me no bound, me no young Rasta no. Long time me take, for me Nazarene bound. You know one thing me used to hear when me a teenager. I man used to live with me grandfather. Every weekend come him give me $100, and I tell me about me must go to the barber. But when me say this is that, I may see the razor, me always think the man going to commit murder. Why me never stop until me get me heart desire? See they know me grow me dread as a real Rasta. So me no bow, me no young Rasta no. Long time me take, for me Nazarene bow, me no bow, me no young Rasta no. Long time me take, for me Nazarene bow. We make no sky fret, no hidden mouth shit. Cause them can't understand Rastafari yet. No for them no stop check, for them vibes what we are get. But I told them no know, it's a inborn concept of some long ear guy. We no stop
live a lie, but you can't use them fat there. But you want to fry cap. I am example. For the one side, I and I is a true born Rastafari. So we don't bow and we don't go Rasta Rasta. Long time me take for me not a ring. We don't bow, we don't go Rasta Rasta. Long time me take for me not a ring. If you sight the fullness and you want grow your locks, no listen chat, no bother watch nothing fit try make you stop. You dread that you consider and you contract. So from your sign that the agreement you can't turn back. So we don't bow, we don't go Rasta Rasta. Long time we take for we not a ring. Bow, we don't bow, we don't go Rasta Rasta. Long time we take.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yeah!
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation, yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. 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 Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
Hear, 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 Shema Yisrael, give ear, and hear, O Israel, O Israel, O Israel, O Israel, O Israel. This Torah portion reading and feeding, the 42nd Rastafari sabbatical study. Hear, 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 this manna, this angel's bread, picking up with the main bait, the 42nd weekly Torah portion reading and feeding here in Ainai Rastafari sabbatical study, and here for this Shabbat strong, picking up with the fourth book of Moses, the Hebrew book that's called Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 30, concerning the law of vows, and here, Shema, give ear, here is the Rishon Aliyah, the first reading, the first up offering up here for this Shabbat. Matot. Tribes, Sabbath of the tribes. Matot Hamatot, the tribes. Here for the Rishon Aliyah, picking up with Numbers chapter 30. B'Shem Ha'am Ve'Habein Ve'Ruach Kadosh Yahuwah Ahad, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, He who be the one. The law of vows. Compare and contrast with the Gospel according to Matthew chapter 5, verses 33 to 37. But here in the KJV, we pick up with the first verse in the Chumash Synagogue Torah, and in the Hebrew, we pick up with the second verse in the Hebrew corresponding to KJV, the King James Version, and the Western English translations to Numbers chapter 30, verse 1. וידבר משה אל ראשי המטות לבני ישראל לאמור, זה הדבר אשר ציווה יהוה. And Moshe Moshe spake, and Moses spoke to the heads of the tribes. Vaydaber Moshe il Rashe Hamatot, il Roshe Hamatot, the tribes, concerning the children of Yisrael, Livnei Yisrael Lemor, saying, this is the thing, this is the thing, this is the thing which Yahweh, which Jehovah hath commanded. Zeh hadavar asher tziwah Yahweh. If a man vow a vow to Jehovah, to he who be, we be HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceedeth out of his mouth. Is a woman also vow a vow la Yahweh to Jehovah and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's bait, in her father's house, in her youth, and her father hear her vow and her bond wherewith she hath bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he heareth not any of her vows or of her bonds wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand, and Yahweh Jehovah shall forgive her because her father disallowed her. And if she had at all an husband when she vowed, or uttered aught out of her lips wherewith she bound her soul, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vows which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of none effect. And Yahweh and Jehovah shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's bait, her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband hath utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceedeth out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, of her nephesh, of her psyche, shall not stand. Her husband hath made them void, and Yahweh Jehovah shall forgive her. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the psyche, the nephesh, the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void. But if her husband altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he establisheth all her vows or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirmeth them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. But if he shall anyways make them void after that he heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes which Yahweh Jehovah commanded Moses, between a man and Ishto and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth, in her father's bait, in her father's house. Shema Yisrael, hear, hear, hear. Give ear and hear. Here is the Sheni Aliyah, the second offering up, the second reading here for this Shabbat Mattot, fourth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Numbers, chapter 31. The judgment on Midian. The judgment on Midian. Compare and contrast with Numbers chapter 25, verses 6 to 18. But here for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second reading, the second up offering up, anaphora, for this Shabbat Matot, Numbers chapter 31. Vaydaber Yahweh el Moshe Lemor, and Jehovah spake to Moses, Lemor, saying, Nikoma nikmata b'nei Yisrael me'etaha midayanim achada te'asef il Ameka. Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Nikoma Nikamata b'nei Yisrael. Afterward shalt thou be gathered to thy people. Nikom Nikamata b'nei Yisrael me'eta ha'midianim achar me'aseifa il Ameka. Afterward thou shalt be gathered to thy people. Achar Te'asef il Ameka. And Moshe, spake to Ha'am, the people, Lemor, saying, arm some of yourselves to the war, and let them and make them go against the Midianites, and avenge Yahweh Jehovah of Midian. Of every tribe 1,000, throughout all the tribes of Yisrael, shall ye y'all send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Yisrael 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses, sent them to the war, 1,000 of every tribe, them and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar HaKohen of Eleazar the priest, to the war, with the holy instruments, the Isla instruments, and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianites, as Yahweh Jehovah commanded Moshe, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain, namely Evi, and Rechem, and Zor, and Hor, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. Balaam, also the son of Beor, they slew with the sword. And the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods, and they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. And they brought the captives and the prey and the spoil to Moses, and Eleazar HaKohen, Eleazar the priest, and to the congregation, the aggregation, the Bnei Yisrael, to the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by Yarden, Jordan, near Jericho.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. 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 Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
Here, Shema Yisrael. Here, Gevir. Here for the Shalishi Aliyah, for this Shabbat Mattot. Here, picking up the 4th book of Moses, Hebrew book, called Numbers chapter 31. Here, Shema Yisrael Gevir. Here, Numbers chapter 31, verse 13, for the Shalishi Aliyah, for the 3rd reading, the 3rd Aliyah, the 3rd offering. Here. Vayetz'u Moshe with Eleazar HaKohen v'kol nesi'ei ha'edah likaratam ela miyachutz lamachne. And Moses and Eleazar HaKohen, the priest, the Kahin, and all the princes of the congregation were called Nesi'ei Ha'edah, went forth to meet them without the camp. Likaratam ela miyachutz lamachne. And Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle from the backup. And Moshe said to them, Have y'all saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, through the counsel of Balaam, to commit trespass against the Yahweh in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the congregation, the aggregation of the Yahweh. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by laying sexually with him. But all the woman children that have not known a man by laying sexually with him, keep alive for yourselves. And do y'all abide without the camp 7 days. Whosoever hath killed any person, and whosoever hath touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. And purify all your raiment, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood. And Eleazar HaKohen, Eleazar, the priest, said to the men of war which went to the battle, this is the ordinance of the law HaTorah, which the Yahweh commanded Moses. Only the gold and the silver, the brass, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that may abide the fire, y'all shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation. And all that abideth not the fire, y'all shall make go through the water. And y'all shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and y'all shall be clean. And afterward, y'all shall come into the camp. And Shema, hear, give ear, Shema, Israel, hear, for the Rabi'i, the 4th Aliyah, the 4th reading, the 4th offering up, anaphora for this Shabbat Mattot, here, Numbers, 4th book of Moses, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 31, here at verse 25, for the Rabi'i Aliyah. Vayomeri el Moshe Leimor Sa et Rosha Malakoach Hashevi Ba Adam Ua Babahema Ata with El Azar HaKohen with Rashi Avot Ha'edah. Hear, Shema, give ear, the 4th Rabi'i Aliyah. And the Yahweh spake to Moshe, Lamor, saying, Take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and of beast, thou, I, Ata, with El-Azar HaKohen, the I and Eleazar, the priest, and the chief fathers of the congregation of the aggregation, and divide the prey into 2 parts, between them that took the war upon them, who went out to the battle, and between all the congregation, all the aggregation, and levy a tribute Yahweh to Jehovah of the men of war, which went out to battle, 1 soul of 500. Both of the persons and of the beeves and of the asses and of the sheep. Take it of their half and give it to Eleazar HaKohen, Eleazar, the priest, the Kahin, and heave offering Yahweh of Jehovah, and of the Bnei Yisrael's half, thou shalt take 1 portion of 50 of the persons, and of the beeves, of the asses, and of the flocks, and of all manner of beasts, and give them to Halawim, the Levites, which keep the charge of the tabernacle, Yahweh of Jehovah. And Moshe and Eleazar HaKohen did as the Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the booty, being the rest of the prey which the men of war had caught, was 6,600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep, and 312,000 beeves, and 301,000 asses, and 32,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man by lying with him, by laying sexually with him. And the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in number 300,000 and 30,500 sheep. and the Yahweh's tribute of the sheep was 615, and the bees were 36,000, of which the Yahweh's tribute was 312, and the asses were 30,500, of which the Yahweh's tribute was 301, and the persons were 16,000, of which the Yahweh's tribute was 32 persons. And Moshe gave the tribute, which was the Yahweh's heave offering, to Elazar HaKohen, as the Yahweh commanded Moses. Shema Yisrael, hear, give ear for the Hamishi, for the fifth Aliyah offering up for this Shabbat Matot. Here, Numbers chapter 31, hear, Shema, give ear. Here at verse 42, for the Hamishi Aliyah. Uwa Mia Machitzita B'nei Yisrael Asher Chatzah Moshe Mina Ha-Nashim Ha-Tzobaim. And the B'nei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Israel's half, which Moshe divided from the men that warred. Now, the half that pertaineth to the congregation, the aggregation was 300,000 and 30,000 and 7,500 sheep, and 33,000 bees, and 30,000 asses, and 500 and 16,000 persons. Even of the B'nai Yisrael's half, Moshe took one portion of 50, both of man and of beast, and gave them to Halloween, to the Levites, which kept the charge of the tabernacle of the Yahweh, as the Yahweh commanded Moses. And the officers, which were over thousands of the host, the captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, came near to Moshe. And they said to Moses, thy servants have taken the sum of the men of war which are under our charge, and there lacketh not one man of us, of I and I. We have therefore brought an oblation, Layawa, for Jehovah, what every man has gotten of jewels of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls, our psyches, Lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah. And Moshe, where Elazar HaKohen and Eleazar, the priest, took the gold of them, even all wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to Jehovah, of the captains of thousands and of the captains of hundreds, was 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moshe with Elazar HaKohen, Eleazar, the priest, the Kohen, took the gold of the captains of thousands and hundreds, and brought it into the tabernacle of the congregation aggregation for a memorial for the B'nai Yisrael, for the sons, for the children of Yisrael, Lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah.
Story. Your Imperial Majesty, as a mature Christian, have you a special word for young people of these days?
በዚህ ቀን የኛ ግዛት ውስጥ ላለው ሁሉ ነው የምንናገረው።
On this occasion, I address also all those within our empire. Our Christianity is not restricted to a given church, and I stress above all that we do not wish to make distinctions. My advice to all is to fulfill the 10 Commandments. You are aware of the contents of the 10 Commandments and can elaborate on it. If the nation for which I am the emperor follows and accepts this, since it's also what I accept and follow, I would believe our country is not only historically Christian, but also actively Christian.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד.
ברוך אתה אדוני.
Rastafari.
ברוך אתה אדוני.
Rastafari.
Kabur lekalu, kabur ledimsu, kabur lehailu. Glory to the word, glory be to the word, glory be to the sound, glory be to the power. Kabur lekalu, kabur ledimsu, kabur lehailu, kabur leabinu, lemelkenu, glory be to our Father and our King. Kabur leabuna, lenegusna, Lekadamawi Haile Selassie, glory be to the first power of the Trinity. That Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach, in the name of Yeshua, the Messiah. Be Getachna, be Medhanatachin, be Jesus Christos Sim. Amen.
Bring forth the Bible. 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 Bring forth.
Shema Yisrael, hear, give ear. Hebrew first words right here for this Mattot-Massei. Here, picking up with the Mem, Gimel, Mem, Gamel, the 43rd and the final Parsha from the 4th book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Numbers from the Sefer Bamidbar. Here, picking up with Numbers chapter 33, the Rishon Aliyah, the first Aliyah for Mattot-Massei, and the last Torah portion reading and feeding here in this 4th book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, the Sefer Bamidbar called Numbers. The summary of the journeys from Egypt, from Mitzrayim, from Kemet to the Yarden, to the Jordan. B'Shem Ha'ab, Ve'Habein, Ve'Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Echad. Eile Mas'ei B'nei Yisrael Asher Yatz'u Me'aretz Mitzrayim Le'tziba'otam B'yad Moshe Ve'Aharon. These are the journeys of the B'nei Yisrael, of the sons, of the children of Yisrael, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, out of the land of Egypt, with their armies under the hand of Moshe and Aharon and Aaron. Eile Mas'ei B'nei Yisrael Asher Yatz'u Me'aretz Mitzrayim Le'tzib'otam B'yad Moshe Ve'Aharon. And Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the command of the Yahweh. And these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Ramesses in the first moon, the first month, on the 15th day of the first moon, the first month, on the morrow after the Pesach HaPesach, the Passover. The B'nai Yisrael, the sons of Yisrael, went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians. For the Egyptians, the Kemites, buried all their firstborn, which the Yahweh had smitten among them. Upon their God, their Elohim, also Yahweh Jehovah executed judgments. And the B'nai Yisrael removed from Ramesses and pitched in Sukkot. And they departed from Sukkot and pitched in Etam, which is in the edge of the Midbar of the wilderness. And they removed from Etam and turned again to Pi HaChirot, which is before Baal Zephon, and they pitched before Migdol, and they departed from before Pi HaChirot and passed through the midst of the sea into the Midbar of the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the Midbar of Etam, and pitched in Marah, and they removed from Marah and came to Elim, and in Elim were 12 fountains of water, and 70 palm trees, and they pitched there, and they removed from Elim and encamped by the Yam Suf, by the Red Sea, by the Etera Bahir. And Shema, hear, Shema, Yisrael. Rastafari boys, Shema, hear. The Sheni, Aliyah. The second Shema, Yisrael. Give ear right here for Shabbat Mattot here. The Sheishi, Aliyah. Here, fourth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 32. The choice of the world borderers. Compare and contrast Genesis chapter 11 verse 31, Judges chapter 5 verse 16, Joshua chapter 7 verse 7, and 2 Timothy chapter 4 verse 10. But Shema for the Sheishi Aliyah for this Shabbat Mattot. Here picking up with Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar chapter 32. Mikne Rab Haya Livnei Reuven with Livnei Gad Asuma Meod Why Yeruet Aretza Yaezir with Et Aretza Gilead with Hine Hamakoma Mekoma Mikne. Here. The Sheishi, the sixth offering up, the sixth reading for Shabbat Mattot tribes. Numbers chapter 32, verse 1. Now, the children, the sons of Reuven, and the children, the sons of Gad, had a very great multitude of cattle. Mikne Rav Haya Livnei Reuven with Livnei Gad. Atzuma Meod. And when they saw the land of Jezer, Wayerueta Aretza Yaezir, and the land of Gilead, Weeta Aretza Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for cattle. Wehine Hamakoma Mekoma Mikne. The children, the sons of Gad, and the children, the sons of Reuven, came and spake to Moses, and to Eleazar HaKohen, Eleazar, the priest, the Kohen, and to the princes of the congregation, saying, Atarot and Dibon and Jazer and Nimrah and Heshbon and Elialeh and Sheba and Nebo and Beon, even the country which the Yahweh Jehovah smote before the congregation of Yisrael is a land for cattle, and thy servants have cattle. Wherefore, said they, if we, I and I, have found grace in thy sight, let this land be given to thy servants for possession, and bring us, I and I, not over Yarden, and bring us not over Jordan. And Moshe said to the Bnei Gad, the children of Gad, and to the Bnei Reuven, the children, the sons of Reuben, shall your brethren go to war? And shall ye all sit here? And wherefore discourage ye all the heart of the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Israel, from going over into the land which the Yahweh hath given them? Thus did your fathers when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up to the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the Bnei Yisrael. They discouraged the heart of the sons of Yisrael, that they should not go into the land which the Yahweh had given them. And Yahweh Jehovah's anger was kindled the same time, the same hour, and he swore, Lamor, saying, surely none of the men that came up, Mimitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Egypt, from 20 years old and upward, shall see the land which I swear to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, because they have not wholly followed I, save except Caleb, the son of Yefuneh, the Kenizzite, and Yehoshua ben Nun, the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Yahweh. And Jehovah's anger was kindled against Yisrael, and he made them wander Bamidbar in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Yahweh was consumed. And behold, look and see, here it is. ye, y'all, are risen up in your father's stead, an increase of sinful, akful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of the Yahweh toward Yisrael. For if ye, y'all, turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them Bamidbar in the wilderness, and ye, y'all, shall destroy all this people. And they came near to him and said, we will build sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones, but we, ourselves will go ready, armed, before the Bnei Yisrael, before the sons, before the children of Israel, until I have brought them to their place, and our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We, I will not return to our houses until the Bnei Yisrael, until the sons, the children of Yisrael, have inherited every man his inheritance. For we will not inherit with them on yonder side Yarden, on yonder side Jordan, or farward, because our inheritance is fallen to us on this side Yarden, this side Jordan, eastward. Shema, hear, give ear. Here for the Shabi'i Aliyah, here for the 7th Aliyah, for this Shabbat Matot. Here picking up at verse 20, 4th book of Moses, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 32, verse 20. Here, Shema, give ear for the Shabi'i Aliyah, for the 7th offering up, the 7th reading for this Shabbat Matot. Vayomer Eleihem Moshe ima ta'isun Eta hadavar hazeh im kaya halatzu lifnei Yahweh la milhama. And Moshe said to them, if y'all will do this thing, Vayomer Eleihem Moshe, and Moses said to them, im ta'isu eta hadavar hazeh, if y'all will do this thing, if y'all will go armed before the Yahweh to war. And will go all of you armed over Jordan, over Yarden, lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah, until he have driven out his enemies from before him, and the land be subdued, lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah. Then afterward ye, y'all, shall return and be guiltless, lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah, and lifnei Israel, and before Israel. And this land shall be your possession, lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah. But if y'all will not do so, hine, look, see, behold, ye y'all have sinned, have ucked up, all Yahweh, before Jehovah, and be sure your sin, your uckery, will find you out. Build you cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which hath proceeded out of your mouth. And the Bnei Gad, the children, the sons of Gad, and the Bnei Reuven, the sons of Reuben, spake to Moshe, saying, thy servants will do as my Lord commanded. Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilead. But thy servants will pass over, every man armed for war, lifnei Yahweh la milchama, before Jehovah to battle, as Adoni, as my Lord saith. So concerning them, Moshe commanded Eleazar HaKohen, Eleazar the priest, and Yehoshua ben Nun, Joshua the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the Bnei Yisrael. And Moses, said to them, if the Bnei Gad, if the sons of Gad and the Bnei Reuben and the sons of Reuben will pass with you over Jordan, over Yarden, every man armed to battle, lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah, and the land shall be subdued before you, then ye all shall give them the land of Gilead, for a possession. But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the Bnei Gad and the Bnei Reuben answered, saying, as Jehovah hath said to thy servants, so will we do, so will I do. I and I, we will pass over armed, lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah, into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side Jordan, this side Yarden, may be ours, I and I's. And Moshe gave to them, even to the Bnei Gad, the sons of Gad, and the Bnei Reuben, and the sons, the children of Reuben, and to half the tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, of Sihon, king of the Amori, the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land, with the cities thereof in the coast, even the cities of the country round about. And the children of Gad built Dibon and Atarot and Aroer, and Atarot, Shofan, and Jaazir, and Jogabeha, and Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran, fenced cities and folds for sheep. And the Bnei Reuben, the sons, the children of Reuben, built Heshbon, and Eli'aleh, and Kiriatayim, and Nebo, and Baal Meon, their names being changed, and Shibmah, and gave other names to the cities which they builded. And here, for the maftir, for this Shabbat Matot, here at verse 39, give ear. Why yelku bnei makir ben menashe gilada, why yilkduha, why yoresha etaha e mori asher baha. And the children of Makir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead and took it and dispossessed the Amorite Ha-Emori, which was in it. And Moses gave Gilead to Makir, the son of Manasseh, and he dwelt therein. And Yair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof and called them Havot Yair. And Nobah went and took Kenath and the villages thereof, and called it Nobah, after his own name. And here, thus completing the 42nd reading right here from Numbers, the fourth book of Numbers, the 42nd. Shem Ha'av V'Habein Ruach HaKadosh. Glory be to the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Glory be. Glory be. We're going to ride up here. First words for this double course.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
Baruch Ata Adonai.
Yes, Rastafari.
Baruch Ata Adonai.
Yes, Rastafari. Yes, Rastafari.
Kabur lekalu, kabur ledimtsu, kabur lahailu. Glory to the word, glory be to the word, glory be to the sound, glory be to the power. Kabur lekalu, kabur ledimtsu, kabur lahailu, kabur leabinu, lemelkenu, glory be to our Father and our King. Kabur leabuna, lenegusna, Lekadamawi Haile Selassie, glory be to the first power of the Trinity. Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach, in the name of Yeshua, the Messiah. Begetachina, Bemedhanatachin, Be Jesus Christos Sim. Amen.
Bring forth the Bible. 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 Bring forth.
Shema Yisrael. Hear. Give ear. Hebrew first words right here for this Mattot-Massei. Here. Picking up with the Mem, Gimel, Mem, Gamel, the 43rd and the final Parsha from the 4th book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Numbers from the Sefer Bamidbar. Here, picking up with Numbers chapter 33, the Rishon Aliyah, the first Aliyah for Mattot-Massei, and the last Torah portion reading and feeding here in this 4th book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, the Sefer Bamidbar called Numbers. The summary of the journeys from Egypt, from Mitzrayim, from Kemet to the Yarden, to the Jordan. B'Shem Ha'ab, Ve'Habein, Ve'Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Echad. Eile Mas'ei B'nei Yisrael Asher Yatz'u Me'aretz Mitzrayim L'tzibo'otam B'yad Moshe Ve'Aharon. These are the journeys of the B'nai Yisrael, of the sons of the children of Yisrael, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, out of the land of Egypt, with their armies under the hand of Moshe and Aharon and Aaron. Eile Mas'ei B'nei Yisrael Asher Yatz'u Me'aretz Mitzrayim L'tzibotam B'yad Moshe Ve'Aharon. And Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the command of Yahweh. And these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Ramesses in the first moon, the first month, on the 15th day of the first moon, the first month, on the morrow after the Pesach HaPesach, the Passover. The B'nai Yisrael, the sons of Yisrael, went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians. For the Egyptians, the Kemites, buried all their firstborn, which the Yahweh had smitten among them. Upon their God, their Elohim, also Jehovah executed judgments. And the B'nai Yisrael removed from Ramesses and pitched in Sukkot. And they departed from Sukkot and pitched in Etam, which is in the edge of the Midbar of the wilderness. And they removed from Etam and turned again to Pi HaChirot, which is before Baal Zephon, and they pitched before Migdol, and they departed from before Pi HaChirot and passed through the midst of the sea into the Midbar of the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the Midbar of Etam, and pitched in Marah, and they removed from Marah and came to Elim, and in Elim were 12 fountains of water, and 70 palm trees, and they pitched there, and they removed from Elim and encamped by the Yam Suf, by the Red Sea, by the Etera Bahir. And Shema, hear, Shema Yisrael, Rastafari Hoy, Shema, hear, for the Sheni Aliyah, the second reading, the second up offering up, and now for right here for this Mattot-Massei. Here picking up with the 4th book of Moses, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 33. Here at verse 11 for the Sheni Aliyah, for Mattot-Massei. Why Yis'ua mi Yam Suf, why Yachnua bih Midbar Sin. And they removed from the Yam Suf, from the Red Sea, the Etera Bahir, the Eritrean Sea, and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they took their journey out of the Midbar of Sin and encamped in Dofka. And they departed from Dofka and encamped in Alush. And they removed from Alush and encamped at Rephidim, where was no water for Ha'am, the people, to drink. And they departed from Rephidim and pitched in the Midbar of Sinai, the wilderness of Sinai. And they removed from the desert of Sinai and pitched at Kibrot HaTa'ava. And they departed from Kibrot HaTa'ava and encamped at Hazarot. And they departed from Hazarot and pitched in Rithma. And they departed from Rithma and pitched at Rimon Perez. And they departed from Rimon Perez and pitched in Libnah. And they removed from Libnah and pitched at Risa. And they journeyed from Risa and pitched in Kehlatah. And they went from Kehlatah and pitched in Mount Shafir. And they removed from Har Shafir, Mount Shafir, and camped in Harada. And they removed from Harada and pitched in Makalot. And they removed from Makalot and encamped at Tahat. And they departed from Tahat and pitched in Tara. And they removed from Tara and pitched in Mitka. And they went from Mithka and pitched in Hashmona. And they departed from Hashmona and encamped at Moserot. And they departed from Moserot and pitched in Bene Jakan. And they removed from Bene Jakan and encamped at Hor HaGidgad. And they went from Hor HaGidgad and pitched in Jotabata. And they removed from Jotabata and encamped at Ebrona. And they departed from Ebrona and encamped at Ezion Gaber. And they removed from Ezion Gaber and pitched in the Midbar, the wilderness of Sin, which is Kadesh. And they removed from Kadesh and pitched in Har Hor, in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom, of Edom. And Aharon HaKohen, Aaron the Kahin, the priest, went up into Har Hor, into Mount Hor, at the command of Yahweh, and died there. In the 40th year after the Bnei Yisrael were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, out of the land of Gibbet, out of the land of Egypt, in the first day of the 5th moon, the 5th month. And Aharon was 123 years old when he died in Har Hor, in Mount Hor. And King Arad, the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south, in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons, the children of Yisrael. And they departed from Har Hor and pitched in Zalmona. And they departed from Zalmona and pitched in Punon. And they departed from Punon and pitched in Obot. And they departed from Obot and pitched in Ijeh Abarim, in the border of Moab. And they departed from Ayim and pitched in Dibon Gad. And they removed from Dibon Gad and camped in Almon Diblatayim. And they removed from Almon Diblatayim and pitched in the mountains of Abarim before Nebo. And they departed from the mountains of Abarim and pitched in the plains of Moab by Yarden near Jericho. And they pitched by Yarden, Jordan, from Beth Jesimot even to Abel Shittim, in the plains of Moab.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
Baruch Ata Adonai, Baruch Abba Yerushalayim, Baruch Ata Adonai, Baruch Abba Yerushalayim,
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Kadamawi.
To whom praise is due forever.
Shema Yisrael. Hear, O Yisrael, hear for the Shalishi Aliyah for this Mattot-Massei. Here picking up the fourth book of Moses, the Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 33, here at verse 50 for the Shalishi, the third Aliyah up, offering up, the third reading here for this Mattot-Massei. Here picking up with Numbers 33 at verse 50. וידבר יהוה אל משה בערבות מואב על הירדן יריחו לאמור. And the Yahweh spake to Moshe in the plains of Moab by Jordan, Yarden, near Jericho, Yericho, saying, Lemor, the law of the possession of the land, the Torah, direction, instruction of the possession of the land. Verse 51. Speak to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, and say to them, when y'all pass over Yarden, Jordan, into the land of Canaan, then y'all shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places, and y'all shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land and dwell therein, for I have given you the land to possess it, to possess her. And y'all shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families. And to the more y'all shall give the more inheritance. And to the fewer y'all shall give the less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falleth. According to the tribes of your fathers, y'all shall inherit. But if y'all will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which y'all let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land wherein y'all dwell. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do to you as I thought to do to them. Shema, hear, Shema Yisrael, give ear. Numbers chapter 34. Preparations to enter the land. And the Yahweh spake to Moses, Lemor, saying, command the Bnei Yisrael, command the sons, the children of Yisrael, and say to them, when y'all come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall to you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan with the coast thereof. Then your south quarter shall be from the Midbar, the wilderness of Zin, along by the coast of Edom, and your south border shall be the outmost coast of the salt sea eastward, and your border shall turn from the south to the ascent of Akrabim, and pass on to Zin, and the going forth thereof shall be from the south to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Hazar Adar, and pass on to Azmon, and the border shall fetch a compass from Azmon to the river of Mitzrayim, to the river of Kemet, the river of Egypt, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, ye all shall even have the great sea for a border. This shall be your west border, and this shall be your north border. From the great sea ye all shall point out for you Har Hor, Mount Hor, and from Har Hor, Mount Hor, ye all shall point out your border to the entrance of Hamath, and the going forth of the border shall be to Zedad, and the border shall go on to Zifron, and the goings out of it shall be at Hazar Enan. This shall be your north border. And ye y'all shall point out your east border from Hazar Enan to Shepham, and the coast shall go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain. And the border shall descend and shall reach to the side of the sea of Kinneret eastward. And the border shall go down to Yarden, down to Jordan, and the goings out of it shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land with the coast thereof round about. And Moses commanded the Bnei Yisrael lemor, saying, This is the land which ye all shall inherit by lot, which Yahweh Jehovah commanded to give to the 9 tribes and to the half tribe. For the tribe of the Bnei Reuben, the sons, the children of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, their patriarchs, and the tribe of the Bnei Gad, the children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, their patriarchs, have received their inheritance. And half of the tribe of Manasseh, have received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance on this side Yarden, Jordan, near Jericho, eastward, toward the sunrise. And Shema, give ear, hear, Shema Yisrael, hear,
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land. There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land.
And Shema, give ear, hear, Shema Yisrael, hear, for the Rabi'i, Aliyah, the 4th reading, the 4th offering for this Mattot-Massei. Here, Numbers chapter 34, verse 16, for the Rabi'i, the 4th reading, the 4th up offering, the 4th Aliyah. Vaydaber Yahweh el Moshe lemor, and the Yahweh spake to Moses lemor, saying, Eile Shemot ha en Nashim asher ינחלו לכם את הארץ אלעזר הכהן ויהושע בן נון. These are the names. Eile Shemot. These, the names. Eile Shemot. These are the names of the men which shall divide the land to you. Eile Shemot ha-nashim asher yinachalu lakem et ha'aretz. Eleazar, the priest, and Yehoshua, the son of Nun. El-Azar ha-Kohen, we Yehoshua bin Nun. And ye, y'all, shall take one prince of every tribe to divide the land by inheritance. And the Shemot, the names of the men, are these. Of the tribe of Yehuda, Caleb, the son of Yefunne. And of the tribe of the Bnei Simeon, Shemuel, the son of Amihud. Of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad, the son of Chislon, and the prince of the tribe of the Bnei Dan, the children of Dan, Buki, the son of Jogli, the prince of the Bnei Yosef, the children of Joseph, for the tribe of the Bnei Manasseh, the children of sons of Manasseh, Chiniel, the son of Ephod. And the prince of the tribe of the Bnei Ephraim, the sons of Ephraim, Kemuel, the son of Shiftan, and the prince of the tribe of the Bnei Zebulun, the sons of Zebulun, Eliazaphan, the son of Parnach, and the prince of the tribe of the children of Yissachar, Paltiel, the son of Azan, and the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Ahihud, the son of Shalomi, and the prince of the tribe of the Bnei Naphtali, the sons of Naphtali, Pedahel, the son of Amihud. These are they whom Yahweh Jehovah commanded to divide the inheritance to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, in the land of Canaan.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God. Give the promise.
And Shema, hear, give ear right here. Fourth book of Moses, Hebrew book, called Numbers, chapter 35. And hear for the Chamishi, for the fifth reading, the Chamishi Aliyah, the fifth up offering for this Shabbat-Massei, Numbers chapter 35. The cities of refuge. וידבר יהוה אל משה בערבות מואב על ירדן ירחו לאמור. And Yahweh Jehovah spake to Moses in the plains of Moab by Yarden, by Jordan, near Yericho, Jericho, Lamor, saying, command the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, that they give to Halloween, to the Levites of the inheritance of their possession, cities to dwell in. And ye all shall give also to Halloween, to the Levites, suburbs for the cities round about them. And the cities shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts. And the suburbs of the cities which ye shall give to Halloween shall reach from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits round about. And ye all shall measure from without the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city shall be in the midst. This shall be to them the suburbs of the cities. And among the cities which ye all shall give to Halloween, to the Levites, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye all shall appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee thither, there. And to them ye all shall add 42 cities. So all the cities which ye all shall give to Halloween, the Levites, shall be 48 cities. Them shall ye give with their suburbs. And the cities which ye all shall give shall be of the possession of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons and children of Yisrael. From them that have many ye all shall give many, but from them that have few ye all shall give few. Everyone shall give of his cities to Halloween, the Levites, according to his inheritance, which he inherited.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, give the promised land.
Shema Yisrael, hear, O Israel, hear, give ear. Shema, the Sheshi Aliyah, the 6th up offering up, the Sheshi Aliyah, the 6th reading here for this Mattot-Massei, here picking up with the 4th book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 35 and 9 for the Sheshi. Here, Numbers chapter 35 at verse 9 for the Sheshi, the 6th reading, the 6th Aliyah of offering up for this Mattot-Massei, Sabbath journeys. Vaydaber Yahweh Moshe Leimor, and the Yahweh spake to Moshe, saying, Daber el bnei Yisrael, ve'amarta elehem, ki atem Obarim eta hayarden arza Kna'an. Speak to the Bnei Yisrael, to the sons, the children of Yisrael, and say to them, when y'all be come over Yarden, Jordan, into the land of Canaan, then ye all shall appoint you cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither, there, which killeth any person at unawares. And they shall be to you cities for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer die not, until he stand before the congregation, the aggregation, in judgment. And of these cities which ye all shall give, 6 cities shall ye all have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on this side Yarden, this side Jordan, and 3 cities shall ye all give in the land of Canaan, in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be a refuge, both for the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, that everyone that killeth any person unawares may flee thither, there. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron, so that he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. And if he smite him with throwing a stone, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. Or if he smite him with a hand weapon of wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer when he meeteth him. He shall slay him. But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by lying in wait that he die, or in enmity, hatred, smite him with his hand that he die, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The revenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meeteth him. But if he thrust him suddenly without enmity, or have cast upon him anything without laying of weights, or with any stone wherewith a man may die, seeing him not, and cast it upon him that he die, and was not his enemy, neither sought his harm, then the aggregation shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood according to these judgments. And the aggregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood, and the aggregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither where he was fled, and he shall abide in it to the death of the high priest, which was anointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whither where he was fled, and the revenger of blood find him without the borders of the city of his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood, because he should have remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment to you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Whoso killeth any person, the murderer, shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. Moreover, ye all shall take no satisfaction for the life of a murderer, which is guilty of death, but he shall be surely put to death. And ye all shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land until the death of the priest, ha-kohen, the kahin. So ye all shall not pollute the land wherein ye all are. For blood, it defileth the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of Hadam, of the blood that is shed therein, but by Hadam, the blood of him that shed it. Defile not therefore the land which ye all shall inhabit, wherein I dwell. Ki ani Yahweh, for I be he who he be, dwell among the Bnei Israel, the sons, the children of Israel.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, give the promised land.
Hear, Shema, give ear, and hear, for the Shabi'i, Aliyah, the seventh reading, the seventh up offering, Aliyah for this Mattot-Massei. Here, picking up with the fourth book of Moses, the Hebrew book, that is called Numbers chapter 36, as to inheritance. And hear, Shema, give ear for the Shabi'i, Aliyah, the seventh Aliyah, reading, offering up offering, anaphora, for this Mattot-Massei. ויקרבו ראשי האבות למשפחת בני גלעד בן מכיר בן מנשה ממשפחות בני יוסף וידברו לפני משה ולפני הנשיאים ראשי אבות Livnei Yisrael, and the chief fathers, patriarchs of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Makir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Yosef, came near. Wayikrebu ראשי האבות למשפחת בני גלעד בן מכיר בן מנשה. And spake before Moses and before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Yisrael. משפחות בני יוסף וידברו לפני משה ולפני הנשיאים ראשי אבות לבני ישראל. And they said, Yahweh Jehovah commanded. Jehovah commanded my Lord. Vayomru et Adoni Tzivah Yahweh. And Jehovah commanded Adoni, my Lord, to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons and children of Yisrael. And Adoni, my Lord, was commanded by Yahweh, by Jehovah, to give the inheritance of Zelophehad, our brother, to his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the Bnei Yisrael, then shall their inheritance be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereto they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the Yobelu, the Jubilee of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons, the children of Yisrael shall be, then shall their inheritance be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereto they are received. So shall the inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers, our patriarchs. And Moshe commanded the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Israel, according to the word of Yahweh, Jehovah, Lemor, saying, the tribe of the sons of Joseph hath said, well, this is the thing, this is the thing which Yahweh Jehovah doth command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, make them marry to whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry. So shall not the inheritance of the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Israel, remove from tribe to tribe. For every one of the Bnei Yisrael, the sons and children of Israel, shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers, his patriarchs. And every daughter that possesseth an inheritance in any tribe of the Bnei Yisrael, the sons and children of Yisrael, shall be wife, Isha, shall be Eshet, wife to one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the Bnei Yisrael, the sons and children of Israel, may enjoy every man's inheritance of his fathers, of his patriarchs. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribes of the Bnei Yisrael shall keep himself to his own inheritance. And here for the maftir, for SABBATH here at verse 10, the maftir. Ka'asha siwa Yahweh eta Moshe kein asu benota Zelophehad. Even as Yahweh Jehovah commanded Moses, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Mahla, Tirzah, and Hogla, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married to their father's brothers' sons. And they were married to the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remaineth in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and judgments which Yahweh Jehovah commanded by the hand of Moses, to Yisrael, to the Bnei Yisrael, to the sons and children of Yisrael, in the plains of Moab, by Yarden, Jordan, near Jericho. Kavod lekal, kavod ledimsu, kavod lehayl. Glory to the word, glory to the sound, glory to the power. Kavod labinu lemelkeinu, kavod lekadamaw chayla selassie b'shem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Glory be to Einai Father, Einai King. Glory be to the first power of the Trinity. In the name of Jesus Christos, Yeshua HaMoshiach, Isis. Chazak. Nita Chazik. Yes, fulfilling this fourth book, you say Chazak, be strong, Nita Chazik, and make I and I be encourage one another, may I and I be strengthened. Chazak, Nita
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land. Baruch Atah Adonai. Rastafari.
Yes, yes, yes. Chazak, chazak. Finish right there. Yes, this fourth book right here.
Chazak, chazak. Be strong. Chaverim, be strong. Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Chazak, chazak, unit chazek.
These are those that were numbered, which Moses and Aaron numbered,
Aye.
and the princes of Israel, being 12 men.
Be
Each one was for the house of his fathers.
Make I be encouraged.
Each one was for the house of his fathers, 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 for the house of his fathers. So were all those that were numbered of the children of Israel by the house of their fathers from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war in Israel, 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 with all that were able to go forth to war and go forth to war and go forth to war and go forth to war in Israel, with all that were able to go forth to war and go forth to war in Israel, 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 to war in Israel. War in Israel.
Chazak, manit, chazek.
Chazak.
Whoa.
Be strong.
Yeah.
Chaverim. Be strong. Shalom. Shalom.
So here to the prophets reading for the double right here. Prophets reading and Brit Chadasha to come to the fuller fold. Right here for the 42nd and 43rd degree. So here we have Jeremiah chapter 1 for the Mattot. Chapter 1, verse 1 to chapter 2, verse 3. For the Massei, we have Jeremiah, Jeremiah chapter 2, focus verses 4 to verse 28, and chapter 3, verse 4, stretching forth the right hand of fellowship to I and I fellows. Here in reading, to fellow Chaverim, right here. Shua Shalom, here. Ras Sahar Ahad, here for the prophets reading, and Ras Ayusan Tafari for the Brit Chadash, the new covenant reading right here. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael. Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael. Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Book of the Prophets, Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 1 to chapter 2, verse 3. The words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, of the priests that were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of Yahweh Baruch came in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Yehuda, in the 13th year of his reign. It also came in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Yehuda, to the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the Ben ha-Josiah, Nugus Yehuda, to the carrying away of Jerusalem captive in the 5th month. Then the word of Yahweh Baruch came to me, saying, Before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee, and before thou camest forth out of the womb I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet to the nations. Then said I, sovereign Yahweh Baruch, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. But Yahweh said to me, Say not, I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whatsoever I command thee thou shalt speak. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith Yahweh Baruch. Then Yahweh put forth his hand and touched my mouth. And Yahweh said to me, Behold, I have put my words in thy mouth. See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down, and to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. Moreover, the word of Yahweh Baruch came to me, saying, Jeremiah, what seest thou? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Then said Yahweh to me, Thou hast well seen, for I will hasten my word to perform it. And the word of Yahweh Baruch came to me the second time, saying, What seest thou? And I said, I see a seething pot, and the face thereof is toward the north. Then Yahweh said to me, Out of the north an evil shall break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. For lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, saith Yahweh. And they shall come, and they shall set every one his throne at the entering in of the gates of Jerusalem, and against all the walls thereof round about, and against all the cities of Yehuda. And I will utter my judgments against them, touching all their wickedness. Kafati, who have forsaken me and have burned Aishans to other Elohim, and worship the works of their own hands. Thou therefore gird up thy loins and arise, and speak to them all that I command thee. Be not dismayed at their faces, lest I confound thee before them. For behold, I have made thee this day a defense city, an iron pillar, and brassen walls against the whole land, against the kings of Yehuda, against the princes thereof, against the priests, the Kohanim thereof, and against the people of the land. All they shall fight against thee, but they shall not prevail against thee, for I am with thee, saith Yahweh Baruch, to deliver thee. Chapter 2. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith Yahweh Baruch, I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth, the love of thine espousals, when thou wentest after me in the wilderness, in the Midbar, in the land that was not sown. Yisrael was holiness to Yahweh, and the first fruits of his increase. All that devoured him shall offend, evil shall come upon them, saith Yahweh. Amen.
Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 2, verse 4 to verse 28, and chapter 3, verse 4. That's in my eye, but what let me produce. Hear ye the word of Yahweh, O house of Yisrael, O house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of Yisrael. Thus saith Yahweh, what iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they are gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and are become vain. Neither said they, where is Yahweh Baruch, that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought, and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passed through, and where no man dwelt. And I brought you into a plentiful country, to eat the fruit thereof, and the goodness thereof. But when you entered, you defiled my land, and made mine heritage an abomination. The Kohanim, the priests, said not, where is Yahweh Baruch? And they that handled the law knew me not. The pastors also transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied by Baal, and walked after things that do not profit. Wherefore I will yet plead with you, saith Yahweh Baruch, and with your children's children will I plead. For pass over the isles of Kittim, and see, and send to Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there be such a thing. Have a nation changed their Elohim, which are yet no Elohim? But my people have changed their glory for that which doeth not profit. Be astonished, O ye heavens, at this, and be horribly afraid. Be ye very desolate, saith Yahweh. For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and hewed them out cisterns, broken cisterns, that can hold no water. Is Israel a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? Why is he spoiled? The young lions roared upon him and yelled, and they made his land waste. His cities are burnt without inhabitant. Also, the children of Noah and Taphanes have broken the crown of thy head, Hast thou not procured this to thyself, and that thou hast forsaken Yahweh the Elohim, when he led thee by the way? And now, what hast thou to do in the way of Exile, to drink the waters of Sihor? Or what hast thou to do in the way of Assyria, to drink the waters of the rivers? Thine own wickedness shall correct thee, and thy backsliding shall reprove thee. Know therefore and see that it is an evil thing and bitter, that thou hast forsaken Yahweh thy Elohim Buruku, and that my fear is not in thee, saith Haggai Yahweh Zabaoth Buruku. For of old time I have broken thy yoke, and burst thy bands, and thou saidest, I will not transgress, when upon every high hill and under every green tree thou wanderest playing the harlot. Yet I had planted thee a noble vine, wholly a right seed. How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strained vine to me? For though thou wash thee with nitre, and take thee much soap, yet thine iniquity is marked before me, saith the Master Yahweh Buruku. How canst thou say, I am not polluted? I have not gone after Balaam. See thy way in the valley, know what thou hast done. Thou art a swift dromedary, traversing her ways, a wild ass used to the wilderness, that snuffeth up the wind at her pleasure. In her occasion, who can turn her away? All they that seek her will not weary themselves. In her month they shall find her. Withhold thy foot from being unshod, and thy throat from thirst. But thou saidest, there is no hope. No, for I have loved strangers, and after them will I go. As a thief is ashamed when he is found, so is the house of Yisrael ashamed. They, their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets, saying to a stock, thou art my father, and to a stone, thou hast brought me forth. For they have turned their back to me, and not their face. But in the time of their trouble, they will say, arise, and save us. But where are thy Elohim, that thou hast made thee? Let them arise if they can save thee in the time of thy trouble. For according to the number of thy cities are thy Elohim, O Yehuda. Chapter 3, verse 4. Wilt thou not from this time cry to me, my father? Thou art the guide of my youth. Amen. Kebole kwalu, kebole demsu, kebole haimu, kebole ketamawe haile shilas, and the roost again set it open. Suya igaz abihera, elector of himself. Rastafari.
Lion of Judah. Here, it's a Brit Chadash. Give thanks to Sahar Achad. That Jeremiah reading. Yeah, man. Sealing up this book of Numbers in the wilderness, Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 1 to chapter 2, verse 3. And then for the Massei, Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 4 to verse 28, and verse 3, verse 4. Here, the Brit Chadash. Here, it's a renewed covenant. The new covenant reading here. Shavua Tov, a good Shavua, right here in the season. New Testament reading, Adis Kidan, Brit Chadasha, Matthew chapter 5, focus verses 33 to 37, and James chapter 4, focus verses 1 to 12, stretching forth the right hand of fellowship, Tainai co-labor, right here, Ras Ayason Tafari. Give thanks, Chabarim. Here, Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
The Brit Chadasha Chadis Kidan Renewed Covenant reading for RSS number 42, Mattot, and number 43, Massei. Tribes' Journeys. From the Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 5, verse 33 through 37, and the Epistle of James, chapter 4, verse 1 through 12. We begin B'Shem Ha'ab Weh-Habein Weh-Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Ahad. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, He who He be, the One. Matthew chapter 5, verse 33, Lamed Gimel, verse 34, Lamed Dalet, verse 35, Lamed He. עוד שמעיתם כי נאמר לראשונים לא תשבעו לשקר ושלם ליהוה שבועתך ואני אומר לכם לא תשבעו כל שבוע לא בשמיים כי כיסא אלוהים המה ולא בארץ כי האדום רגליו היא ולא בירושלים כי היא קריית מלך רב. Again, ye have heard that it has been said by them of old time, Thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform to Yahweh thine oaths. But I say to you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is Elohim's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou cannot make one hair white or black. But let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. James chapter 4, part 3, the rebuke of worldliness. Verse 1, Aleph, verse 2, Beit, verse 3, Gimel. המלחמות והמדנים אשר בניכם מאין המה הלא מתוך הטעות המתגרות בעבריכם אתם מתאווים ואין לכם תרצחו ותקנאו והשג לא תשיגו תריבו ותלחמו ואין לכם מפני שלה שאלתם הן שאלים אתם ולא יינתן לכם על אשר שאלתם ברעה למען תפעלו בטעויותיכם. From whence come wars and fightings among you? Come they not hence, even of your lusts that war in your members? Ye lust and have not, ye kill and desire to have, and cannot obtain. Ye fight and war, yet ye have not, because ye ask not. Ye ask and receive not, because ye ask amiss, that ye may consume it upon your lusts. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that friendship of the world is enmity with Elohim? Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of Elohim. Do ye think that the scripture saith in vain, the spirit that dwelleth in us lusteth to envy, but he giveth more grace. Wherefore he saith, Elohim resisteth the proud, but giveth grace to the humble. Submit yourselves therefore to Elohim. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Draw nigh to Elohim, and he will draw nigh to you. Cleanse your hands, ye sinners, and purify your hearts, ye double-minded. Be afflicted, and mourn, and weep. Let your laughter be turned to mourning, and your joy to heaviness. Humble yourselves in the sight of Yahweh, and he shall lift you up. Speak not evil one of another, brethren. He that speaketh evil of his brother, and judges his brother, speaketh evil of the law, and judgest the law. But if thou judge the law, thou art not a doer of the law, but a judge. There is one lawgiver, who is able to save and destroy. Who art thou, that thou judgest another? Go to now, ye that say, today or tomorrow we will go into such a city, and continue there a year, and buy and sell and get gain, whereas ye know not what shall be on the morrow. For what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time, and then vanisheth away. For that ye ought to say, if Yahweh will, we shall live, and do this or that. But now ye rejoice in your boastings. All such rejoicing is evil. Therefore to him that knoweth to do good, and doeth it not, to him it is sin. Kabor lakalu, kabor ladimtu, kabor lachailu, kabor lakedamawi, chayle selassie, be Jesus Christos sim. Glory to word, glory to sound, glory to power. Glory to Abinu, Melkenu, our Father, our King, the first power of the Trinity, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari.
Yes, I, Chazak, Chazak. Nit chazek, be strong, chazak, chazak, wanit chazek, v'nit chazek, and may I and I strengthen one another. Wanit chazek, nit chazek, to strengthen one another, nit chazek, to encourage one another. So what we say when we complete a book of Torah, chazak, chazak, wanit chazek, here completing the fourth volume of Torah, the fourth book, the Sefer Bamidbar. Here, just pick up this theme right here. Give thanks for the reading. Give thanks, Ras Ayasun Tafari, Ras Sahar Ahad, and all the brothers and sisters, and also those who have strengthened, encouraged, donated, tune in right here. Let's go with this right here as a rhema as we go into this new Shabua. Shabua Tov, a good Shabua, Bashem Yeshua. Yes, I in victory, in salvation. Humble yourselves. Make I humble ourselves in the sight of Adonai, and he will elevate. So humble and elevate. It's like if you're going to jump. Notice if you're going to jump, sometimes you bend down, you humble, and so you can kind of elevate, get that higher. Here, classic, Winston Jarrett, humble yourself. This is on the Mabruku, extended dubwise. Lion of Judah Society.
We're living
Thirsty, thirsty, thirsty. Interesting. The Israelites. What can we learn from the wilderness experience, even while we're in this wilderness of this North country of North America? But here, we say we'll play the Mattot at the beginning of Massei, just a kind of a quick overview here. About to pick up with a new book, the 5th book, right? Debarim, the words. But here are these words here. Look at reason. How?
How's it go right here, and Aliyah Day. So in that particular, how's it go right here, and Aliyah Day. So in that particular, how's it go right here, and Aliyah Day. So in that particular, how's it go right here, the Hamisha Chumshei Torah. Hamisha, the 5 Chumshei, to like say like the 5, how they call it in English, the Pentateuch, like the 5 books, you know, the 5 books of the Torah. So there, the Torah reading and feedings, like right here, we have a double portion. And the double portion means instead of just having like the usual 7, we have 7 times 7. So those 7 times 7 are broken down into a 7, but it's doubled up. For example, the Rishon that we shared was basically the first and the second Torah reading and feeding. So the Rishon is the first one. So for example, this double portion, we kind of have to, the numbering is different, so we can have the full 7 readings for the Shabbat to complete the cipher here in this sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. So we have the Rishon. So we're going to go through the 7 and how they're doubled up so that some of the Habarim can maybe get a better idea. Now, in order to get a good idea of, well, how is this Torah reading and feeding, right, picking up with Numbers chapter 30 to completion of the 4th book, how do they divide into the, we could say, into the aliyot, the 7 readings, you know? Thus we can study aliyah a day. So in studying the aliyah for the double portion, it's a slightly different numbering. So we have the Rishon. Rishon, which come from the Rosh, Ras, head, Rishon, is the first reading, like the first day of the Shabuah, the first day of the week, Hebraically, according to Jah's order, is what you call Sunday, and what is called Sunday. That's the head of the first day, the Rishon. So for the Rishon in a double portion, it will be the first and the second. The first and the second for that respective Torah reading, the first and the second aliyah. So we have 7 and 7, a double portion, first and the second. For the Sheni, Sheni is the second, that would correspond like to the second day, which the Gentiles Gregorian calls Monday. We know it as a Sheni, the second. For the second day, we actually read the third to the fifth. So the third, the fourth, and the fifth aliyot in a double portion. For the Shalishi, right, we have the Shalishi, or the third, for the third reading, the third day, which would correspond even here to the Tuesday. We have the sixth reading. So the sixth reading from that respective sabbatical, in a double portion, would be for the third day. Then for the fourth day, the midway day in the Shabbat or the Shabua in the week, the Rebi or Rebi'i, the fourth, would be the seventh Torah reading for the first of the double, and then the first and the second for the second part of the double. So that means there'll be like three. You could say three of the aliyot on the fourth day would be that portion. Then we come to the fifth day, the Hamishi, which is the fifth, right? Like the fifth day of the Shabbat, the Hamishi. We have the third in the second of the double portion. Then for the Sheshi or Shishi, for the sixth day, we have fourth and the fifth. The fourth and the fifth in that second part of the double. And then when we come to like the seventh day, of course, is the fullness thereof, but that will be the Shebi'i, the sixth and seventh. Also on the Shabbat day in the aggregation, when we have like, say, 7 or so, say between 5 or so to 7 readers, right? We have one reader, the Rishon, the first reading, the Sheni reading, right? The Shalishi reading, the third, the Rebi, the fourth, the Hamishi, the fifth, the Shishi, the sixth, and the Shebi, to complete the Torah reading and feeding for that respective. That's kind of like the order right there. So for all the Torah reading and feedings, right, you say when it's a single portion, there will be like 6 parts of that reading. And we find that in each of the parts, right, of the reading, the 7 parts, is a good way to study HaTorah. As you say, like study a chapter a day, but for I and I, we'll study an aliyah a day. But on the Shabbat day, there are 7 aliyahs. There's 7 up offerings, presentations, word of I and I mouth, meditation of I and I heart. But when it's doubled, just have to kind of, understand how it's doubled, and the Hamsha Humshi Torah, what it was called a Chumash. It's like how would you call it in English? Trying to figure out how they call it in English, because a lot of it's basically labeled in Hebrew. But it would be like the Torah, for the Torah readings throughout the year. I call like a synagogue Torah, because basically it's in the gathering, the Torah that is used in the gathering, right? Mainly focusing on the Torah, right? The respective Torah readings, also with the prophets, the Haftarah readings. But for I and I, we also have the Brit Chadasha reading. So right here we are with this double portion, concluding the 4th book. So we touched on previously, we had touched on a summary for Matot. Matot is tribes in the Hebrew, Matot, Shabbat Matot. We have a double portion, Shabbat Matot and Mattot-Massei. Sabbath, tribes and journeys, or tribes and trods of. Tribes and journeys. So we went through the synopsis, right? The synopsis for Matot. So it would be good, before even getting into some of the questions, right, to go through a synopsis here, right, an overview for the last reading here in the 4th book of Moses here in I Sabbatical Studies. We have Shabbat Massei, journeys or trods of. Picking up with the second part of the double portion, Numbers chapter 33, verse 1 to Numbers chapter 36, verse 13. So here. Synopsis. So Matot, the first of this double portion, it fulfills and it ends with the Beta Israel, the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, encamped east of the Yarden, east of the Jordan, right near the plains of Moab, ready to finally enter the promised land. Now, in anticipation of their return to the land, right, this Torah reading and feeding, the second in this double portion here, Mattot-Massei, journeys of, trot of, it begins with Moshe recounting 42 sites that the Beta Israel, the house of Israel, and the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, stayed during their 40 years of wandering Bamidbar, in the wilderness or through the desert. From their first camp or encampment after the Yetziat, after the Exodus, right, that was called Sukkot or tabernacles, to their current encampment across the river from the land of Canaan, Now, after recounting, this is for the second of this double portion for SABBATH, right, or for this RSS number 43, after recounting the various stations, there are stations of the tribe, there are stations of the journey. Elohim said that when the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, crossed the Yarden, the Jordan, into the land of Canaan, they were to drive out all the inhabitants and to utterly destroy all traces of their culture and religion. After this, the land would be divided by lot, according to the tribes of Yisrael, based on the size of each tribe. Elohim then warned Moshe that if the Israelites, the sons of Israel, the Bnei Yisrael, Yasharal, would not drive out the inhabitants of the land, they would become the inhabitants a sneer to them. And Elohim would then judge and exile the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, the Israelites, as he intended to do to the Canaanu, to the Afro-Canaanites, to the Canaanites. Now, the boundaries of the promised land were then given according to Numbers 34, verses 1 to 10. Now, note that these borders are not, emphasis on not, are not the same as those described earlier to Abraham HaIvri. In Genesis, Bereshit, chapter 15, verses 18 to 21, since that larger land area is said to be given to Yisrael, to the Beta Israel, after HaMoshiach returns to restore Zion during what is named the Millennial Kingdom. Prophetic revelation or reference, Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 15 to Ezekiel chapter 48, verse 35. Now, instead, the promised land is restricted to the, quote, land of Canaan according to its borders. According to Numbers chapter 34, verses 2 to 13, this key verse brings out that the promised land, or the land grant that was given to the Israelites here after the 40 years in the narrative here in Numbers, right, is the promised land that's restricted to the, quote, land of Canaan according to its borders. Numbers chapter 34, verses 2 to 13. That is, to the local region occupied by the 7 Kanawi, the Canaanite nations, the 7 of the Afro-Canaanite nations that were living there at the time of the conquest under Yehoshua, or under Joshua, Yasu. Now the Bnei Yisrael, the Israelites, were then instructed to assign towns with surrounding pasture lands, or like suburbs, to Ha-Luim, to the Levites. There were to be a total of 42 towns. Now it's interesting, this number 42 right here, also with the Ana Bikoa, that Kabbalistic mystical chants of the names or attributes of Yahweh, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem. But here we get the towns being allotted to the Levites, and the total number that they were to be were 42. So we have 42 campsites, right, and also 42 towns, right, chosen by lot and distributed throughout the land according to the size of each tribe. Now, in addition, 6 mo cities were to be given to Halloween, the Levites, and designated as cities of refuge or like sanctuary cities. To that, a person who unwittingly, not with malice aforethought, right, unintentionally killed another may flee to take refuge from a, quote, avenger of blood. From an avenger of blood, i.e., that is a blood avenger, that is to say, the next of kin. The next of kin. So what we see here in HaTorah is Yahweh HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem Eloheinu. Here, he is like regulating, right? He's regulating things of men and people, and particularly the sons of Israel, that they have been long accustomed to doing. So this whole idea, like if somebody were to like kill or murder, right? Let's use a proper word, murder, someone in someone's family, then there'll be that next of kin who had the right to on site too. They had the right to on site too. In other words, on site they had the right to do it, and basically it's like, whoa, what you doing? You can't do. No, they can do that. So this is like an ancient precept, and this also points to even what we have in Bereshith concerning Noah. Remember in Noah, in Bereshith? Let's just show this right here, because some might think, God or the Lord or the Israelite God or Lord is, violent. And these practices were already practiced by humanity. What we get with the Torah is a regulation that if they were faithful and obedient, right, would bring them, to where they fell from, right, would restore even humanity to where humanity fell from. In Bereshith, some of this is often called the Noahide, right, by other Yehudi called the Noahide laws. Get a chance, look up the Noahide laws. Here we're in Bereshith to compare and contrast right here in chapter 9. Here in chapter 9 it says right here, let's start with verse 4, chapter 9 verse 4, it says, but flesh with the life thereof, that is, the blood thereof, shall ye all not eat. Verse 5. And surely for show, your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Right? So something interesting, we look at humanity, other people sacrifice, they sacrifice like this and like that, and we see the Israelites coming from that as they're brought out of Mitzrayim. And now they're given regulations, as we've been speaking about sacrifice. What's the point of it? What's the purpose of it? Right? But looking at the true intent of the object lesson that we get right here so we can grow in grace. The whole point was for man to grow in grace, to be restored to where he had fell from. And Yisrael is given a particular mission that we know we or through our ancestors have fallen from. May we rise to the occasion. So here it says, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Verse 6, whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. Now that's an important statement there. When I read these verses here in the scripture, it reminds I of even, with even the wall paintings and engravements among different people, it's not a whole lot they're saying. It's not like a whole, paragraph. But each verse, and the verses that connect with a common theme, they have a meaning, Chabarim. Here in verse 6, Genesis chapter 9, verse 6, whoso sheddeth man's blood. You can say precept, principle, universal, universal, non-partial. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Why? Why is that? It gives us the why. It gives us the logic, the reason here. For in the image of Elohim made he man. So we have these cities of refuge. Let's return to the reasoning here, the synopsis here for the second part of what will be a double portion. And here in the season have a double portion. But here for Massei. Mattot-Massei, which is journeys, Massei, which is tribes. So here we have the cities of refuge, to which a person who unintentionally killed, murder, malice aforethought, even anger is a whole different thing, right? Is then judged as murder, and the next of kin, the blood avenger, has right. A person who unintentionally killed another may flee to take refuge from an avenger of blood, the next of kin, because in the principle of so-called murder, that's intentional, willful, intention to kill, especially based on those more satanic, attributes of like hate and anger, especially without reason, without cause, without justification, the soul who has lost their life or their life been taken, none of us can forgive or give an atonement for that particular soul that has been taken amongst, say, our brother or any brother, right? And the one who committed the murder, right, with a willful intent, even if they have a different feeling afterward, it's not on us. We cannot forgive them, right? In fact, according to even the New Covenant and even the Old Covenant principles, right, even in a sense, God, I won't say that the power of the true good, the true God cannot, though he has not the ability, right, but he will not. Why? Because that's the soul. The soul, the person who lost their life, their soul, they have to forgive them. And this is why almost universally, even in the ancient world, there was a principle about that. That in any just system, when someone had intended and willfully murdered, in essence, their brother, there was the blood avenger. That's almost like what Cain was afraid of. He was like, wait, I've done this, and whoever see me, because of that principle, for in the image of Elohim made he him. So there has to be that reconciliation, that balance. So a murderer murders somebody and the family say, we forgive you. That's like stealing. That's like stealing in the worst way. They say, well, if one person murdered another person and then they murdered the murderer, or you killed the murderer, that right there is like two people dead. See, that's that's from the carnal mind, the fallen. That's fallen consciousness. What about the soul of the party, right, that was robbed of their most valuable possession in this life? Speaking of their life. So the blood avenger principle is something interesting to reason on. Maybe that's why ones and ones have a way of saying it today. They say on sight. It's on sight. But always when they say that, it's not for what is true and what is right. But the principle there is this principle, on sight. Of these 6 cities of refuge, 3 were to be located east of the Yarden, the Jordan, and 3 located in the land of Canaan. However, these cities were not meant to harbor murderers. Murderer, blood is on them. No, who would be tried in court. They would be tried in court and put to death at the hand of an avenger of blood. The death penalty, right, required testimony from at least 2 witnesses and admitted of no ransom. The ransom could be interpreted today in today's law as a plea bargain. Other things you could plea bargain, but not murder, because it wasn't our property that was taken. It's none of our property. Unless you're the murdered party, you cannot, accept any ransom or plea bargain. Alright, so the death penalty. Now, even on the death penalty, recall what Haile Selassie said concerning the death penalty. Many things have been abolished, but not the death penalty. Why? Why not? Because of these same Torah-based reasons. So the death penalty required testimony from at least 2 witnesses. And let's point this out with false witness. If a witness comes forward, say in a death penalty case, a case that has as a possible judgment the death penalty, and they bear witness against someone else to put them to death falsely, that means those witnesses, therefore they have forfeited their life as well. So the death penalty required testimony from at least 2 witnesses and admitted of no ransom or plea bargain to be offered in place of the murderer's execution. Now, on the other hand, a person responsible for involuntary manslaughter. So we have in the Torah these same basic legal principles that ones and ones have in this modern later-day Gentile society, Gentile world system. For involuntary manslaughter, right, person who was charged with that
right, of another was required to dwell within the confines of a city of refuge until the death of the Kohen Gadol, until the death of the anointed high priest, or the high priest who is the Moshiach. Let me emphasize it. The high priest who in today's latter day terms is the Christ, the high priest, until the death of the Christ, the high priest. Just pointing that out because according to the Brit Chadasha, Yeshua HaMoshiach is that high priest as well. So we see a foreshadowing of something. So we have a person responsible for involuntary manslaughter. They killed somebody, but it was not malice aforethought. It was an accident. Accidental, something happened, but it was not one setting somebody up or having anger and hating on them for a long time. And it just happens, that one has like a smoking gun and say, oh, this was an accident. We all know you hated this person. You talked about you killed them and now they dead. No, it was no accident. Blood avenger. Anyway, but for a person involved in an involuntary incident, right, they was required to dwell within the confines of the city of refuge, because even though Torah, the legislation being issued here, crimes of passion, what I'm saying? For example, there's still probably family members, right, that they might even understand that maybe it was an accident, but they're like, well, if their family, loved one is dead, you got to be dead too. So this is one of the reasons for requiring the dwelling in that city of refuge, right, that sanctuary. Until the death. Now this is a key point to reason on as well. Does this foreshadow the Brit Chadasha, the New Testament, with Yeshua HaNotzri, Yeshua HaMoshiach, and the high priesthood of Yeshua HaMoshiach, especially according to the epistle, right, to the Hebrews, right? After that time, he was free. After the death of the high priest, he was free to return to his home without fear of retribution from an avenger of blood. Now, of course, one would say, well, sometimes people, the principle, right, in action, should be followed. But if people if one, after that long time, somebody kept this thing going on, well, they kind of forfeit their life and it's just a mess. You know what I mean? But we can overpower the Torah, the direction instructions, what the intent of them were. Right? But then what was the keeping or observing or fulfilling of it? And the lack of the fulfilling of it, right, caused for it to lack its fulfillment. This is why the teaching of His Majesty to I and we is so very clear. What's his advice to I? What's his advice to I? His advice to I is to fulfill.
Is to fulfill the Ten Commandments. You are aware of the contents of the Ten Commandments, elaborate on.
And I'm going to elaborate, just elaborating a little bit more here on Massei, the journeys of Massei B'nai Yisrael, the more fuller sense of it. Massei is like saying the journeys, but the journeys of. So it's kind of needs that completion there. But the journeys here of the tribes, this double portion rate here. So we have now one more element here before we fulfill here this fourth book of Moshe in the wilderness, in the Midbar. The leaders of the tribe of Manasseh, right? They then came before Moshe to discuss the legal implications of the case of Zelophehad, whom you should recall was a man of the tribe of Manasseh, who had died in the Midbar, the desert, without having any sons to be his heir, though he had 5 daughters, whom Jehovah said could inherit their father's portion in the land. Now, these leaders that stepped forward, these Roche, heads, Nasi, Nasim, who came forward, they were now concerned that
well, if these daughters were to marry men that were from other tribes, the original inheritance would be transferred out of the territory of Manasseh, thereby diminishing the inheritance given to their tribe. Now, recall that Manasseh had kind of like the greatest kind of like growth, in a sense, of its numerical numbers. You note that we had touched on that before when went through the census of like the tribes and everything. They had the greatest growth, right? They were rather a big tribe. And therefore the principle was that to the more, like those who had more in number, like more land would be given, and to those with less land would be given. So now the leaders of the tribe, they step forward and say, wait, so if these 5 daughters can get their father's inheritance and will also have title to the land, what about when they marry a man? Especially if this man is from another tribe. That means that these other men from the other tribe could claim some sort of inheritance, and then that would cause a whole other kind of legal, civil disturbance. So what happened? So Moshe then ruled that to prevent the transference of inheritance from one tribe to another. An important principle here. The transfer of inheritance from one tribe to another, the daughters of Zelophehad were only permitted to marry men, mandem, who were within their own tribe. Therefore, it became a general law, or here we get like, here from, a precedent in law, a precedent in law, right? As we now apply the precepts and the principles, right, to specific, situations, right? So this became a general law that no tribe's inheritance may be passed or transferred to another tribe. And any daughter, right, who had obtained a land inheritance could only marry someone within her own tribe, right? So we see emphasis on personal rights, but also on communal rights. This needs to be noted, Chaverim. An emphasis on personal rights, right, as well as equal rights, right, for women, right, whose situations merited it, right, as well, right, because that was a special situation that was not spoken of according to the previous legislation, but here even we get another particular interesting point of reasonment that we briefly had addressed before, and that was, I think, from Phineas. At the end of the Phineas reasonment, what was the reasonment about? I think it was something about God's law, right, about the law changing, right, where ones and ones speak about, well, can God's law change? And we see within, for example, the daughters of Zelophehad, when we read that, it suggests that the direction and instruction of Elohim are subject to change, right? Even in Moses' day, when we see that originally one might think that, well, only men inherited because the majority of men, right, are listed in the roles of being those who had inherited for themselves, their wives, and their families. Well, that was also because, according to the context of the time, right, the men had to put in that work as well. They had to go out to war, they had to fight, they might have lose their life, so forth and so on. So to those with a responsibility, it wasn't just like a man can say, yeah, me such and such, but he had to put in that work as well, and that work could be even dangerous work, right? So it was not a requirement for the daughters to do so, even though in times of battle, the daughters of Israel, even as the daughters of holy Ethiopia, of Ethiopian Hebrew Ethiopia stood up. But here, this brings the case of, is the law of Elohim subject to change? And I think this all it means what we are talking about change. We talk about the new covenant, right? The new covenant, we emphasize that Chadasha also means to renew. Right? So to renew something can also renew its application. So it still applies generally, right, to sons, right, having that land inheritance right, because also the work that they have been putting in these Torah portions, reading and feeding, you see them on the front line. They have to be there on the back front. You know what I mean? And we should discuss the traditional view of the Torah's immutability. So from a Hebrew Judaic perspective, we have a view that the directions and instructions are immutable, right? But in light of this case law, right, we see the fitting of new circumstances, right, while not abolishing the old application, right, but because of a new circumstance. So let's reason on that idea of Jah law, right? Is it something absolutely static, right? Like that, it's like just, like, is it the letter of the law? Like we say the letter of the law or the spirit of the law, right? Is it absolutely static? And does the law not changing or not applying to new circumstance or situation, does that comfort or does that threaten you? But here we definitely have something interesting, you know, both in the case of the Israelites breaking the covenant with the molten calf and the covenant being renewed, right? Therefore, it was a new covenant in the sense of it was renewed, right? It was put into effect again. Here we have the Torah direction instructions of who would inherit what, right? But the difference between the daughters inheriting in the case of the daughters of Zelophehad is that when this number of the host is now deployed to be on the front line to drive out the former inhabitants of Jalan, the women do not have a requirement, right, to be on the front line or to fight, right? But the sons still do. So we have some interesting areas if we would look at it, right? But one thing one cannot say, if this was a sexist document, it would just have smacked down the daughters of Zelophehad as a precedent for daughters, you know, in the future to also be without rights. But we know that the Hebrew woman, the Israelite woman, that they own businesses and they own land. They own their land, and men own land, and also men and women together as family own land, right? It was decided on what families and people's situation and what their situation was, their circumstances. And Proverbs chapter 31, you know, as we have the Eshet Chayil, the woman of valor, the woman of strength, the strong woman, and we chant that sabbatically. It's a very good point of view and perspective to read of the virtuous woman, the Eshet Chayil, or the woman of Chayil. Interesting, the word Chayil is power or strength, and sometimes it's brought out as the virtuous woman or the woman of valor. But that word also has a reference to war, right? The word Chayil, right? Both power as well as warfare. But notice for a woman, right? For the sons, for a man to be, you know, that sense of Chayil, right? He must also demonstrate that Chayil, right, on the battlefield. You know what I'm saying? By being willing to face the battle, right? And also perform B'chayil. And we say B'chayil. It's in the Psalms. It's in the Hebrew. Like you say Hayla, the power of, right? Hayle, my power. But for the woman, notice in the virtuous woman in Proverbs chapter 31, verses 10 to 31, that those Torah and faithful Yehudi and Jews actually read that, you know, every Sabbath Eve. So think about the daughters, sisters, mothers, wives hearing that, and then you trying to say, oh, you can't have your own business, oh, you can't have your own money. You could point to the Torah right there and say, hold up for a moment, look at this right here. And that's the woman of Chayil. So we have the virtuous woman, the woman's strengths are also demonstrated right there. Compare and contrast to the point of reference, Proverbs chapter 10, chapter 31, verses 10 to 31. Last part right here. So that little condition there, one has to understand that the tribe of Manasseh had the most numbers, you know, or nearly the most numbers. I think it was second or third or so after Yehuda, right? But any daughter who had obtained a land inheritance, I think there were 5 of them, they could marry anyone that they pleased, but it had to be someone not outside of their own tribe to avert any tribal war, any mix-up about future land rights. The book, and notice that also was there to avoid civil war among the tribes too, right? That was also to avoid civil war among the tribes. Does that mean that everyone had to only marry somebody in their own tribe? No. But if there were things like, land and things like land especially, what they call real estate, that could always cause problems for future generations, right? And could be looked at as an act of fraud, in that sense. Like somebody from this tribe marries this woman here, and then later on the tribe of Judah figures that Manasseh land is their land, and there's a whole big war over that. You can imagine the confusion. So that was to avoid confusion and to keep the shalom and to keep the peace. The book of Numbers, here. The historical narrative of Torah itself. It concludes with the resolution that this legal question, notice that the book, it concludes with the resolution that this legal, lawful question, just before the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, invaded the land of Canaan, the Afro-Canaanite lands, under the leadership of Yehoshua, of Joshua. The book ends with this statement: these are the commandments and the rules that Jehovah commanded through Moshe to Amo Yisrael, to the people of Israel in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan, the Yarden, at Jericho. Just one little footer we like to put here is that although we have studied the different theories on where, certain movements based on what they call the Levant and certain areas, we're not quite persuaded, but rather that there's a powerful case, the Arabian case. There's the Arabian case. We'll present more on that, as we're going through some location and directions. Some of the places that they say are some of the places from then are not quite those places, and some of them are not those places. But we'll put that forward as we have an opportunity right there. Yes, Rastafari. Here. Nazio Fontaine here to the theme here in this double portion. Right here for sabbatical study 42 and 43 for Matot, the tribes, Masa'e, the tribes, the journeys, right here. Nazio Fontaine. We have Nazio Fontaine with this tune. We are trotting. I and I are trotting. Yes, I. Yarding.
Yes. Bamidbar, complete. Chazak. We need chazak. Be strong. Chazak. Be encouraged. Chazak. We need chazak. And make I need chazak. Make we encourage one another. Yes, individualism meets responsibility. Yeah, there's some other themes that come out of the daughters of Zelophehad, but we'll spare you right now. Remember, we had the Psalm 43 for the Shabbat day of the double portion, and here for the first day coming forward, we have Psalm 42. And Psalm 42 and Psalm 43, they go together. So here, just on the outro, right here, since we're completing 42, 43. Yeah.
Here between Psalm 42, which begins Book 2 of the Psalter, and the Psalms in Book 2, is the XLII, is Psalm 42 to the LXXII, to Psalm 72. So from Psalm 42 to 72 is the second book of the Psalter. This is why we even find the Moshiach Rabbeinu saying to the Yehudi, say, in your law is it not written? Because the Psalms was taken to be another expression of Torah. We know that David, a man after Jehovah's own heart. So here, we have a lament of an exile. So several of the Hebrew MSSs, the manuscripts, they connect this Psalm, Psalm 42, and the next Psalm as one, Psalm 43. And it is to be noted that XLII, that Psalm 43, today's daily Psalm, is the only Psalm, the only Mizmor, the only chant, the only Ises, Mizmor, chant, Ises, in Book 2, Psalms from Psalm 42 to Psalm 72, Book 2 of the Psalter, of the Psalms, that has no superscription. The superscription, little small type that you find before the first verse, especially in the King James Version. For Psalm 42, it says, for the leader, for the chief musician, lamnatzeyach, maskil, a teaching, maskil, libnei korah, for the bnei, bnei korah, libnei korah, for the sons of Korah. Now it's interesting because remember Korah, their father, who was the ringleader of a rebellion against the rightful leadership and authority in the wilderness. His sons were spared because they did not continue in their father and their patriarch's uckery. So here we have the sons of Korah. So Psalm 43 is the only psalm in the second book of the Psalms, Psalms 42 to 72, that has no superscription. All the ancient versions, however, divide these two psalms so that the separation, if such took place, must have occurred at a very early and ancient date. In the psalm, reading from Psalm 42 here, since they're connected, Psalm 42, 43, in the psalm, the mizmor, in the chant, the Isis, I have a pathetic lament. Pathetic, what's pathetic? Pathos is suffering. Pathos, pathology, pain, suffering, lament, a lamentation by one whose delight, whose joy and delight had been to participate in the temple service, like we say in the Ayabingi, in the gathering, the giving of thanks and praise in the temple service, but was now prevented from doing so. Who he was and why he was excluded from the sanctuary, the Isla place, it is not so easily possible to say. Some say it's impossible to say. But a feature of the mizmor, of the psalm, of the chant, of the Isis, is the greater length of the verses. Reading from the superscription, not superscription, but the description of Psalm 42, seeing that Psalm 42 and 43 is like the A part and the B part. Yes, sir. So here, a feature of the Psalm 42 is the greater length of the verses that is distinctive of what's known as the qina. In the Hebrew, we call it the qina. In the Ethiopic, in the Israelite of Ethiopia, we call it the qine. Qine. It's like a composition, a poem, a qine. Qina, Hebrew, qina, qine. The plaintive style, the plaintive type of it's a type of a chant. The best illustration being provided by the book of Lamentations. And the best illustration for I is blues, right? Like the Hebrew blues, right? Almost like that nobody knows type of tune. So there, the description for Psalm 42, the A part, today's daily psalm is the B part, Psalm 43, which is themed a supplement to the XLII. Note the occurrence of the refrain. There's a refrain that occurs at the end, and the refrain that occurs at the end goes something like this. Why art thou cast down, O my soul, O my psyche? So it's like he speaking to his soul. Why you cast down, O my soul? And why moanest thou within me? Hope the I in Elohai, in the power, the true good, the true God. For I shall yet praise Isis him, the salvation of my countenance, the victory, the salvation, the preservation of my face, and my God. Where Elohai, highly I, yes I, Rastafari. So let's ride up right here for Midrash, and the Midrash here, the study connecting Psalm 42 and 43, today's daily psalm, Psalm 43, here, Augustus Pablo, the healer dove.
Yes. So here we have Psalm 43 and 42. This is how we're going to play it. Psalm 43 according to royal order, here in the order of the read, preceding Psalm 42. But in the study, we have Psalm 42, 43. We have that preface, that chorus line. Why art thou cast down, O my soul? Why moanest thou within me? Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him, the salvation of my countenance and my God. Now in 43, right, in 43 we got verse 4. Verse 4, then will I go to the altar, right? Then I will go where Aboah, El Mizbach, Elohim. Then I will go to the altar of Elohim, El Simchat Gili. So here we have this little phrase here from the Hebrew right here in verse 4. He says, we're Aboa, Ve'avoa, we're an Aboa, and I will go. Let me go. Kind of like, let me go. May I go? May I go? We're Aboa, may I go. Ilam is Mizbach, to the Mizbach, the altar of El Mizbach Elohim, to the altar of God, the Creator. El El, to the Almighty. El El, to God, the Almighty. El El, Il to El. Il El, Il El, Simchat Gili, Simchat Gili. So here we have, this is, can be as like an attribute of Yahweh, who he be, who Yahweh, he who be, he be El, Simchat Gili. He be the Almighty, the power, the source of Simchat, the source of my exceeding joy, the joy of my joy. It's interesting, actually, Simchat is like rejoicing, right? And Gili is like being like almost like giddy, but often it's brought out as my exceeding joy. It's like two words for happiness, samach, sameach, to be happy, to rejoice, right? And Gili, Gili, I would like to brighten up and be so happy, Gili, that you kind of spin, like, you're so happy you have to kind of like just spin around. It's like it's a strong emotion, right? But two of them together has been translated as my exceeding joy. But the word simchat, right? Bring that out right there. The word simchat does not mean exceeding. Just to point that out right there. But often it's translated as El Simchat. It's almost saying Simchat Gili is like to the rejoicing of my Gili, to the rejoicing of my Gil. We brought this out the other day. It's a very interesting kind of connection right there. Let me hold on for a moment. Let me do this. We're not going to be long at this right here, but just to kind of bring this out, since these two Psalms, 42, 43, and where we're at the Torah portion, we're completing the 42nd, the 43rd, to see how all things work together, for those who love Yahweh. Here. We have, let's bring out verse 4 so you can see this for yourself. Okay, here we go. Then it says, then will I go to the altar of God, We'abo El Mizbach Elohim, to God my exceeding joy. Il El. Now, for those who are on the like one vowel or something like that, and that's speaking to like the ignorance of some of the fellow brother Hebrews and Israelites, right? That they say they have this way. They say that the Hebrew only have like 2 or 3 maybe vowels, right? I want them to look at this verse here, verse 4 in the Hebrew, and give it to me in your, what you call it, Lashawan Kwadash, right? Please give it to me. Give it to me that way, right? Here to this point right here, Il El, to El, right? To the Almighty. Il El, Simchat Gili, right? So here, let's break this down. Let's bring this out just a little bit right here. Put on the Strongs. There we go. You see the word. So here we have El, right? El, right? The preposition il, to il, El. Now when you look at it, you see the 2 same letters. So now if you pronounce this al, I don't know what you're saying. Do you know what you're saying? Right? But it's il, to el, to el, right? My exceeding, here we have simcha, here in the Strongs, here in the script is simchat. Now simchat gili can be taken in what we call the Hebrew constructive. In other words, simchat being the joy of, right? The mirth or the gladness of, right? The happiness in the sense of, the blisssomeness, the glee of simchat, right? Gili, right? Now gil, right, just means like a rejoicing. With the word gil, when you study in the Yehudit and the Afro-Shemitic, you recognize that its root sense has to do with galal, Galal in Hebrew is like to roll, right? And we have gal and gal, which means like a wheel, right? So you can see with the second entry. Oh, pray the eye right here. We went to Gil. Let's go over this once again. To this part of the verse here, El to El, right? To the Almighty, often translated as God, but more correctly in the Hebrew, El, right? Which is the root of Elohim, right? But El, Almighty, right? To the Almighty, right? Simchat, in the verses, Simchat, that come from Simcha. So the Simchat sense is like the joy of, right? The mirth of, the gladness of, the gaiety, the pleasure, that sense of joy, right? The blisssomeness, like the glee, right? Simchat, the glee of, right? Simchat, the glee of, El Simchat Gili. Now, Gili means my Gil, right? So my. So if you say Gili, it's like saying my Gil. But what is Gil? Gil is a rejoicing. But then it also can refer to a circle, right? Why? Well, when we get to the root of it and compare it with other Hebrew words, we get to recognize this from galal. Galal, like a wheel. Like you see what it says, a revolution of time in one sense and age, but also from the sense of gil, right? When we go over here to the verb root, we have to spin around under the influence of, it says any violent emotion, but this is going back like 400 years. But today we would say under the influence of any strong emotion, right? Any strong emotion. So to the glee of my rejoicing. But like I said, these words are so close, but the KJV brings out exceeding. But the word there is not exceeding, right? It's just in the constructive sense, almost like saying joy of joy, right? Joy of joy. I think we showed one of these here had joy of joy. Oh, it was over here. You see this one right here? Well, this one right here says joy of joy, right? Here we go right here, right? El Simchat Gili, right? To the God, right? To the Almighty, who is the glee, the blisssomeness, the happiness, the joy of joy. I guess in the English sense, joy of joy. Then we got it again. El Simchat Gili. Yes. So right here from 43, right, to 42. So let's go 43, right, to 42 right here. Let's bring forward. Here we go. The chapter day, y'all.
Psalm 43.
מזמור מ"ג.
Judge me, O God.
שופטני אלוהים.
Blessed.
Psalm 43.
מזמור מ"ג.
Judge me, O God.
שופטני אלוהים.
And plead my cause against an ungodly nation.
וריבי מגוי לא חסיד.
Judge me, O God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation.
מגוי לא חסיד. שופטני אלוהים.
Judge me, O God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation. Oh, deliver me from the deceitful and unjust man, unjust man, unjust man, unjust man.
מאיש מרמה ועוולה תפלטני, פלטני, 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 פלטני.
For thou art the God of my strength, my strength, my strength, my strength, my strength.
כי אתה אלוהי מעוזי, 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 מעוזי.
Why dost thou cast me off? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? Of the enemy, of the enemy, of the enemy. Oh, send out thy light and thy truth, thy truth, thy truth, thy truth.
שלח אורך ואמיתך, אמיתך, 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 אמיתך.
Let them lead me, let them bring me unto thy holy hill and to thy tabernacle. Then will I go unto the altar of God my exceeding joy. Yea, upon the harp will I praise thee, O God, my God, my God, my God. My God.
Elohim, Elohai, 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 Elohai.
Why art thou cast down, O my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul?
מה תשתוכחי נפשי, 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 נפשי.
And why art thou disquieted within me, within me, within me, within me?
ומה תהמי עלי, 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 עלי.
Hope in God.
אוכילי לאלוהים, לאלוהים, לאלוהים.
For I shall yet praise him, praise him, praise him.
כי עודנו, עודנו, עודנו.
Who is the health of my countenance.
ישועות פנייך, פנייך, פנייך.
And my God, and my God.
ישועות פנייך ואלוהי, 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 ואלוהי.
And my God, and my God, and my God, and my God, and my God.
Lion of Judah.
מזמור מ"ג. שופטני אלוהים, וריבה ריבי מגוי לא חסיד, מאיש מרמה ועוולה תפלטני. כי אתה אלוהי מעוזי, למה זנחתני? למה קודר את הלך בלחץ אויב? שלח אורך ואמיתך, המה ינחוני. יביאוני אל הר קודשך ואל משכנותיך. ואבואה אל מזבח אלוהים, אל שמחת גילי. ועודך וכינור אלוהים אלוהי. מה תשתוכחי נפשי ומה תהמי עלי? הוכי לי לאלוהים כי עודנו ישועות פניי ואלוהי.
Yes, yes, yes. Psalm 43. Psalm 43, a prayer of an exile. Prayer of a Phalasha, a prayer of an exile. One in exile. Psalm 43. That verse there, We'abo. El Mizbach Elohim. El Simachat Gili. We'odeka Bekinor. Elohim Elohai. Elohim Elohai, O God, my God, Elohim Elohai, Haliyai, and praise thee, We'odeka, and praise thee, Bekinor, 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 upon the Kinor, the harp, Elohim Elohai. Right here, it's a 42, Psalm for this first day of the Shabuah Tov, y'all, a good, strong, Bashem Yeshua. Here we have a lament, little Hebrew blues, so to speak, a lament of an exile. So Psalm 42, a lamentation, Hebrew blues, lamentation, and then we come to Psalm 43, a prayer of an exile. So this is concerning those of I and I in exile. So here's Psalm 42, here, Shema Yisrael.
תהילים ספר שני מזמור מ"ב. למנצח משכיל לבני קורח.
As the hart panteth after the water brooks,
כאייל תערוג על אפיקי מים.
so panteth my soul after thee, O God.
כן נפשי תערוג אליך, אלוהים.
My soul thirsteth for God, for the living God. When shall I come and appear before God? My tears have been my meat day and night, while they continually say unto me, where is thy God, thy God, thy God? When I remember these things, I pour out my soul in them. For I had gone with the multitude. I went with them to the house of God with the voice of joy and praise, with a multitude that kept holy day. Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted in me? Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him for the help of his countenance.
Elohai, Elohai, Elohai.
O my God, my soul is cast down within thee. Therefore will I remember thee from the land of Jordan and of the Hermonites, from the hill Mizar. Deep calleth unto deep at the noise of thy waters spout. All thy waves and thy billows have gone over me. That the Lord will command his loving kindness in the daytime, and in the night his song shall be with me, and my prayer unto the God of my life. I will say unto God my rock, why hast thou forgotten me? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? As with a sword in my bones, mine enemies reproach me, while they say daily unto me, where is thy God? Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted within me? Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance, and my God, 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 my God.
Lion of Judah Society. And here, look over Talawa.
מזמור מ"ג. שופטני אלוהים וריבה ריבים מגוי לא חסיד, מאיש מרמה ועוולה תפנתני. כי אתה אלוהי מעוזי, למה זנחתני? למה קודר את הלך בלחץ אויב? שלח אורך ואמיתך המה ינחוני. יביאוני אל הר קודשך ואל משכנותיך, ואבואה אל מזבח אלוהים, אל שמחת גילי, ועודך וכינור אלוהים אלוהי. מה תשתוכחי נפשי ומה תהמי עלי? רוחי לי לאלוהים כי עודנו ישועות פניי ואלוהי.
Yes. Be well, be well, be well. Here, closing barcode right here. 144 Sabbath seal. 67. 67 bracha there, and 24. Evening psalm for the first day. Lion of Judah Society. 144. Yeah, baraka, blessings. Yahweh bless the eye, keep the eye, cause his face, his grace to shine on the eye, and give the eye Yeshua shalom. 144. Whoa.
Psalm 144.
מזמור קמ"ד לדוד.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, my strength, my strength, my strength.
ברוך אדוני צורי.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight.
ברוך אדוני צורי, המלמד ידיי לקרב, אצבעותיי למלחמה.
My goodness and my fortress and my fortress and my fortress and my fortress.
חסדי ומצודתי.
My high tower and my deliverer, my deliverer, my deliverer, my deliverer.
משגבי ומפלתי.
My shield and he in whom I trust.
מגיני ובו חסיתי.
Who subdueth my people under me.
הרודד עמי תחתיי.
Lord.
אדוני.
What is man that thou takest knowledge of him?
מה אדם ותדעהו.
Or the son of man that thou makest account of him? Man is like to vanity. His days are as a shadow that passeth away. Bow thy heavens, O Lord, and come down. Touch the mountains, and they shall smoke. Cast forth lightning and scatter them. Shoot out thine arrows and destroy them. Send thine hand from above. Rid me and deliver me out of great waters, from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. I will sing a new song unto thee, O God. Upon a psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings will I sing praises unto thee. It is he that giveth salvation unto kings, who delivereth David his servant from the hurtful sword. Rid me and deliver me from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood, that our sons may be as plants grown up in their youth, that our daughters may be as cornerstones, polished after the similitude of a palace, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our streets, that our oxen may be strong to labor, that there be no breaking in nor going out, that there be no complaining in our streets. Happy is that people that is in such a case. Yea, happy is that people whose God is the Lord.
Adonai.
Yes. 67. Another bracha here. Blessing in this. Whoa.
Psalm 67.
מזמור ס"ז למנצח במגינות מזמור שיר.
God be merciful unto us and bless us and bless us and bless us.
אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו. יאר פניו איתנו.
And cause his face to shine upon us,
Selah.
Selah. that thy way may be known upon earth.
לדעת בארץ דרכך, דרכך, דרכך,
thy saving health among all nations.
בכל גויים ישועתך, ישועתך, ישועתך,
Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. O let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon earth. Selah. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Then shall the earth yield her increase, and God, even our own God, shall bless us. God shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him, 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 shall fear him.
מזמור סמך זין למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר. אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו, יאר פניו איתנו סלע. לדעת בארץ דרכך, בכל גויים ישועתך. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם. ישמחו וירננו לאומים, כי תשפוט עמים מישור, ולאומים בארץ תנחם סלע. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם, ארץ נתנה יבולה. יברכנו אלוהים אלוהינו, יברכנו אלוהים, ויראו אותו כל אפסי ארץ.
Shavua Tov, Shavua Tov, good strong, Shavua Tov, y'all.
Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah.
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור. לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושביה. כי הוא על ימים יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו. נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ורחם את אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו מבקש את פניך יעקב סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם והינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות הוא מלך הכבוד סלע.
לדוד מזמור, לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, ובביאו שבבה, כי הוא על ימין יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה, יעלה בהר אדוני, ויקום במקום כושו, נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה, צווה רחם את אדוני, וצדקה אלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשי פניך יעקב סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם ינשאו פתחי עולם, יבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות הוא מלך הכבוד סלע.
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.